Imagine waking up every day knowing that, regardless of the challenges that await you, you are prepared to face them with calm, strength, and clarity. You are not controlled by fear or doubt. You control how you respond. But let me ask you something. How many times have you felt paralyzed by fear, not knowing how to move forward, or overwhelmed by what could go wrong? The truth is, fear is a part of life, but it doesn't have to control you. How you deal with fear determines how you live. If you face it with courage, discipline, and the right mindset, you'll find strength in every moment. But if you let fear dictate your actions, you'll stay stuck, trapped in the same patterns and anxieties. Today, you're going to discover the Stoic path to a fearless life. It's not about eliminating fear, but using it to develop strength, move forward, and live a purposeful life. These are timeless principles that will help you move from fear to focus, from doubt to action. So get ready, because after this guide, fear will no longer be your enemy, but your ally. The screen remained dark for 3 heartbeats before light filtered through, not intensely, but softly, like dawn through fog. A single violin note rang out in the silence, faint and clear. "Breathe with me." The voice came without introduction, neither male nor female, but something in between, a tone that had weathered storms and emerged dry. On the screen, fog spread across an empty field, neither advancing nor retreating, simply existing. Breathe in through your nose, hold it, exhale through your mouth. The fog pulsed with each instruction, as if the earth itself were breathing. A heartbeat could be heard in the audio, steady, unhurried, human. Again, slower this time. The camera pushed through the fog, revealing nothing, promising nothing. Only movement amid uncertainty. Once more, feel your chest rise, feel it fall. The heartbeat continued, now accompanied by footsteps on gravel. They were not the footsteps of someone running, but of someone walking, deliberately. That feeling in your stomach when you heard my voice, that tension, that preparation, that's fear. It's not an enemy. It's not a friend. It's information. The fog began to dissipate, revealing shapes, an ancient, unadorned stone wall, a wooden door, worn but solid, a path that disappeared into more fog. Fear tells you where your limits are, where growth awaits you, where life gets interesting. The camera found a compass on the stone wall, its needle trembling between directions. A hand entered the frame, scarred, steady, and lifted it. They said the storm decides your fate. Thunder rumbled in the distant hills, but the hand holding the compass did not flinch. They said the crowd decides your courage. Voices could be heard somewhere beyond the fog, shouts, laughter, judgments, but they faded away like smoke. They said that time decides your opportunities. An hourglass appeared next to the compass, the sand falling in perfect silence. But the Stoics knew, your decisions decide your life. The hand left the compass and picked up the hourglass, turning it over. The sand began to fall again, no faster or slower than before. Not being afraid doesn't mean being empty. Not being afraid means being full, full of feelings, full of awareness, full of options. The camera pulled back, revealing a figure in simple clothing standing in front of the wall. The face was not visible, only the posture, back straight, shoulders relaxed, feet firmly planted. Look what happens when we confuse courage with insensitivity. The screen split. On the left, a figure stood frozen in front of a door, muscles rigid, breath held. On the right, the same figure walked through the door, eyes open, breathing calmly. One avoids, one confronts. Neither is free from fear, but only one is alive. The split screen dissolved back into the fog, now illuminated by an invisible sun. The Stoics built their courage on 3 pillars, strong as mountain stone. 3 monoliths emerged from the fog, each with a single word carved into it: perception, action, will. First, perception, the lens through which you see. The camera moved through the carved word and emerged in a workshop where glass was shaped, heated, cooled, and polished. You don't see events. You see your thoughts about events. Change your thoughts. Change the world. The craftsman lifted a lens. Through it, chaos became pattern. Through it, shadow became form. Second, action, the step you take, despite the trembling. The workshop dissolved into a narrow bridge over an abyss. No railings, just planks and space. Courage is not the absence of trembling. Courage is the presence of movement. One foot stepped onto the first plank, then another. The bridge swayed, but held firm. Third, will, the acceptance that transforms. The bridge became a forge where metal glowed red-hot, hammered, shaped, reinforced. What you cannot control becomes your teacher. What you can control becomes your practice. The forge vanished again into the mist, but now clearer, lighter. Within you is a citadel, not built of stone, but of resolve. Every choice adds a brick. Every principle reinforces the foundation. The camera moved forward, through layers of mist, until it found a small, quiet space. A single candle burned, an open diary, a pen waiting. This inner citadel needs no permission. It needs no audience. It only needs your attention. The pen moved across the paper, forming words. No fear, echo, feel fully, choose wisely. Write it yourself, now, before the moment passes. The writing continued, the hand steady despite everything swirling beyond the frame. 3 breaths. That's where life without fear begins, not in grand gestures, but in present decisions. The candle flame flickered, but never went out. The pen kept moving. First breath. What do I feel? He inhaled. The flame grew brighter. Second breath. What can I control? He exhaled. The flame stabilized. Third breath. What will I choose? He inhaled. He exhaled. The flame remained completely still. They told you you needed armor. They told you you needed walls. They told you you needed guarantees. The camera pulled away from the citadel, through the fog, past the bridge, leaving the forge behind, flying over the wall and across the field. But the Stoics knew that what you need are principles, a perception as clear as mountain water, action as constant as the sunrise, a will as flexible as bamboo. The fog cleared completely, revealing not a destination, but a path, not an end, but a practice. Every morning, fear will knock on your door. Open it, invite it in, offer it tea, then ask it to watch you work. The footsteps resumed on the gravel path, steady, determined, human. Because not being afraid doesn't mean feeling nothing. Not being afraid means feeling everything, the doubt, the trembling, the uncertainty, and still choosing with principles. The music intensified, not triumphant, but sustained. The footsteps continued. Lesson: to live without fear is to feel everything and choose with principles. The footsteps stopped in front of a worn wooden table in the middle of an empty field. 3 sheets of paper waited, held down by smooth river stones. Next to them lay a fountain pen with fresh black ink. Above, clouds gathered, not storm clouds, but dense grey ones that made distances disappear. The fog from before had lifted only to reveal this deeper darkness, this refusal of the world to show its limits. A hand reached for the pen, unhurried, unhesitating, simply moving. "Name it," the voice returned, neither commanding nor soft. "Name what keeps you paralyzed." The pen touched the paper. 3 words appeared. "They will laugh." The camera lingered on the words and then pulled away as the fog spread across the field, thickening around the table. The hand holding the pen began to shake. "Look what happens when you stop moving." The fog closed in, transforming the simple wooden table into something barely visible. The words on the paper blurred. The shaking increased. Fear feeds on stillness. It multiplies in the pause. The hand dropped the pen and moved away from the table. 1 step, then another. With each step, the fog cleared slightly, enough to see the floor, enough to see the next step. Movement doesn't eliminate fear. Movement clarifies it. The figure returned to the table. The fog had receded enough to read the words again. "They will laugh." But now, next to them, new words appeared, as if revealed by the dissipating fog. Unknown reaction. Not scary, unknown. The pen moved again, crossing out, "They will laugh," and writing underneath, "Unknown reaction." The fog receded another meter. On the second sheet, "I will fail." The pen paused and then wrote, "Skill not practiced." Not impossible, not practiced. Crossed out, rewritten, "Skill not practiced." The fog receded to the edges of the field. On the third sheet, "Time is running out." This time, the hand paused longer. The fog began to advance again, drawn by the stillness. But before it could thicken, the pen moved. Only the present moment. It's not too late, only now. Crossed out, rewritten. Only the present moment. The fog dissipated completely, revealing not an empty field, but one dotted with other tables, other people writing, other fears renamed. Hundreds of them, each working alone, but somehow together. "Language is a magnifying glass," the voice continued as the camera moved between the tables. "Point it at shadows, and shadows become monstrous. Point it at facts, and monsters are reduced to situations." At one table, a young woman crossed out, "Everyone will leave," and wrote, "Some relationships change." At another, an older man replaced "I am behind" with "I am here now." A teenager changed "Nothing matters to meaning is chosen." The mind speaks 2 languages, drama and data. Choose. The camera returned to the original table, where the revisions on the 3 sheets were now visible. The person, whose face was still unseen, picked up each piece of paper and read the new words aloud. Unknown reaction, unpracticed skill, only the present moment. With each reading, something changed. It wasn't the elimination of the concern, but its transformation into something viable, something on a human scale. Fear tells stories. Everyone. Never again. It's always been. But accuracy breaks the spell. The figure took out a new sheet of paper and drew 2 columns. At the top left, story. At the top right, situation. Under history, I'm going to humiliate myself at tomorrow's presentation. The pen moved to the right-hand column. Under situation, I will speak to 12 people for 20 minutes about the quarterly forecasts. Do you see the difference? One is a prophecy of doom, the other is Tuesday afternoon. More entries appeared. Story. My entire career depends on this decision. Situation. This choice affects my next project. Story. If I say what I think, I'll ruin everything. Situation. If I express my disagreement, 3 people might feel uncomfortable for 5 minutes. The list grew longer, and each story deflated into a manageable reality. You think you fear the presentation. You fear your thoughts about the presentation. You think you fear rejection. You fear your interpretation of silence. The camera rose, showing the field from above. The tables formed a pattern, not random but not rigid either. People moved between them, comparing papers and nodding in recognition. When the lens cap is on, all the photos come out black. Take it off, and suddenly the nuances, the details, the depth appear. Someone picked up an old camera and removed the lens cap. Through the viewfinder, the same field was visible, but now sharp and concrete. It was not a terrifying void, but a field of grass with wooden tables. It was not a crushing crowd, but 43 people writing. Fear speaks in absolutes because absolutes paralyze. Precision speaks in concrete terms because concrete terms allow movement. The person who had written the original sentence returned to their desk, now with a 4th sheet of paper. This time, they wrote without being told what to write. I'm not falling behind. I'm learning at my own pace. It's not too late. It's 10:47 a.m. on a Thursday morning. I'm not weak. I'm getting stronger. Not I will be judged, but they will have opinions I cannot control. Each line was written with greater confidence, each revision making the situation seem smaller, more manageable, more real. The Stoics knew it. The monster in the dark is just a coat on a chair once you turn on the light. Across the field, people rose from their tables with papers in hand. They had written down their fears and rewritten them. The fog had completely disappeared, revealing mountains in the distance and a path leading toward them. 3 fears, 3 renamings. Not tomorrow now. Grab paper. Be honest. Be specific. The camera focused on one last transformation. Original. I will never be enough. Revision. I am practicing being enough for this moment. You can't fight fog with your fists. You can't fight shadows with swords. But you can speak with precision, and precision is a value in itself. The figure folded the papers, tucked them into a pocket, and began walking toward the mountains. Others joined her, each with their fears renamed, each taking a step forward toward whatever lay ahead. Lesson. You don't fear events, you fear judgments. Rename them to reduce them. The field dissolved into static and then reformed as the interior of a control room. It wasn't sleek or modern, but rather an old radio station with analog dials and worn switches. A series of monitors displayed different scenes: a heated argument, a rejection letter, morning traffic, an empty inbox, a crowded party where no one looked familiar. Every second, thousands of impressions flood your system, explained the voice, as hands, now different, older and firmer, moved across the control panel. Most people believe that impressions control them. The Stoics discovered the switches. A red light flashed. Monitor 7 displayed a text message. "We need to talk." The operator's hand hovered over a large red button labeled Panic. Watch the chain reaction. The hand pressed Panic. Immediately, the heart rate monitors spiked. The breathing indicators showed shallow, rapid patterns. A tape began to print. "Something's wrong. I'm in trouble. What have I done? They're angry. This is bad. This is really bad." Event, judgment, emotion, choice. The operator pressed a reset button. The scene rewound. The same text message. "We need to talk." This time the hand moved to another switch, a small grey one labelled Pause. Between impression and response, there is a space. In that space lies your freedom. The operator spoke aloud, calmly. "This is an impression, not yet a fact." The monitors changed. Instead of displaying only text, they now showed options. The impression arrives uninvited. The judgment? That's yours. Along the wall were rows of glass jars, each with a label. The operator walked over and picked one up. Reject. Inside was a dark, swirling mass. Another jar. Failure. More darkness. But then, feedback. Clear liquid. Reorientation. Amber, like honey. Information. Crystal clear. Same event, different jar, different substance. Back at the console, screen 12 lit up. Someone was laughing in a meeting after the operator had spoken. Without the pause button, the chain ran automatically, with pause. The Stoics called them phantasms, impressions that appear in consciousness like images in water. They ripple, distort, suggest, but they are not verdicts. The control room expanded, revealing that it was not unique but connected. Thousands of control rooms, all linked, each person at their own console. Some were pressing Panic repeatedly. Others had discovered Pause. An elderly woman at a nearby console received an impression, the results of a diagnosis. Instead of interpreting them immediately, she said, "I have an impression in my mind, medical information that requires clear evaluation." She methodically sorted through the judgment options and chose neither catastrophe nor denial, but data requiring response. Event, judgment, emotion, choice. A young man's monitor displayed a job rejection. His hand reached for useless, withdrew, and found pause. This is an impression, not yet a fact. He selected another jar. Incompatibility. The emotion shifted from despair to disappointment. The action changed from giving up to refining the approach. You think emotions happen to you, but emotions happen after you, after your judgment, after your labeling, after your selection of jars. The operator demonstrated this with quick impressions. It starts raining during a picnic. Your partner comes home silently, an email marked as urgent. The impression is not the problem. Automatic judgment is the problem. The screens began to show the same scene from several control rooms, a traffic jam. Each operator received identical sensory data, stopped cars, red lights, honking horns, but their consoles showed radically different responses. Console 1, disaster, anger, honking and gestures. Console 2, unexpected podcast time, satisfaction, episode selection. Console 3, practice patience, acceptance, breathing exercises. Console 4, route information, problem solving, search for an alternative route. Same traffic, different judgments, different lives. The operator took out a notebook and wrote, "Impressions. I can't control. Judgments we completely control." Marcus Aurelius, Emperor of Rome, the most powerful man in the known world, wrote in his diary, "You have power over your mind, not over external events. Realize this, and you will find strength." The lights in the control room dimmed, except for a spotlight illuminating the pause switch. Today, 3 times, you will receive an impression that will normally provoke you. The scathing email, the look from a stranger, the painful memory. When it comes, before the chain is complete, say, "This is an impression, not yet a fact." Create the space, question the judgment, choose the jar. Event, judgment, emotion, choice. Master the space, master your life. The monitors turned off one by one until only static remained, and then they reformed into a simple message. Lesson: mastering the space between impression and judgment allows you to master your life. The tables stretched across an empty room, the wood worn from centuries of use. On it were 2 wicker baskets, one within reach and the other just out of reach. Scattered between them lay the contents of a lifetime: photographs, letters, weather reports, medical records, business cards, mirrors, watches. An elderly teacher entered, moving deliberately. She began to sort through the items. "This breath, mine." She placed a small card with the word "breath" on the nearest basket. "Yesterday's rain, not mine." That card went into the farthest basket. The students entered in single file and watched her methodical sorting. A young architect interrupted her. "But rain affects my construction schedule." The teacher took 2 new cards. "Your response to the rain, yours." Nearby basket. "The rain itself, not yours." Far basket. "You build with the weather, not against it." She continued sorting. "This effort, mine. This intention, mine. This discipline, mine." Each one fell into the nearby basket with a soft sound. "The economy, not mine. My mother's approval, not mine. Tomorrow's existence, not mine." They all went into the far basket. A businessman objected. "I need the economy to cooperate. My investments." "Your investment decisions, yours. Market movements, not yours. Your preparation, yours. The timing of the market is not yours." He held up 2 identical keys. One opens a door you control. The other fits into a sunrise you cannot change. The architect took out his phone and showed the missed calls from an angry client. He's furious about the delays. His fury is not yours. Your explanation is yours. His interpretation is not yours. Your professionalism is yours. The teacher drew 2 columns on the board. Every morning, before coffee, before the news, before the noise of the world begins, organize your day. She demonstrated this with the architect's situation. Mine, not mine. Do you see the difference? One column requires energy, the other requires acceptance. A mother in the back of the room interjected, "My son's happiness is undoubtedly my responsibility to protect." The teacher's expression softened. "Your love is yours. Your support is yours. Your example is yours." She paused. "His decisions are his. His interpretation of your love is his. His definition of happiness is his." The mother's face tightened slightly. "That sounds like abandonment." "No, it's respect. You give what is yours: presence, guidance, resources. You release what has never belonged to you, his inner world, his path, his schedule." The teacher took out a rope and handed one end to a student. "Pull against me." They both pulled hard. This is you fighting against what isn't yours, exhausting, endless. She let go of the rope. The student stumbled. "Now hold your end steady without pulling." The rope hung between them. This is focusing on your grip while accepting that the other person's end exists. A nurse raised her hand. Patients who don't follow treatment plans. Your medical advice is yours. Your clear communication is yours. Your documentation is yours. Near basket. Their compliance is theirs. Their beliefs about medicine are theirs. Their life decisions are theirs. Far basket. This breath is mine. This effort is mine. Your opinion is not mine. The professor walked over to the window and pointed to a construction site. Look at those workers. The crane operator controls the levers and signals. That's his. The wind speed is not his. Therefore, he works with the wind, not against it. The concrete mixer controls the proportions and timing. That's his. The temperature does not influence the curing. That's not his. Therefore, she adjusts the mixture, not the timing. Epictetus, who was born a slave, understood this better than emperors. His master broke his leg, something he could not control. His response to that break was entirely his own. He chose philosophy over resentment. He created freedom within slavery. The businessman looked skeptical. That sounds like giving up. Quite the opposite. The professor returned to the table. Look at how people who try to control the uncontrollable exhaust themselves. Parents who try to control their adult children's careers. Executives who try to control market forces. Athletes who try to control judges' scores. Warriors exhausted in wars they can't win. She took out 2 jugs of water. You have limited water, energy, concentration, willpower. She poured it all onto a rock. The water splashed uselessly, forming a puddle and evaporating. That's fighting against what isn't yours. She refilled the jug and poured the water into a flower pot. Green shoots were already visible. That's taking care of what's yours. Your thoughts are yours. Your judgments are yours. Your values are yours. Your effort is yours. Your preparation is yours. Other people's thoughts are theirs. Other people's judgments are theirs. The past is past. The future is yet to be written. Other people's opinions are time. A teenager near the door sneered. Other people's opinions matter. They determine opportunities. Their opinions exist, yes, just as rain exists. You dress for the rain, you work despite the rain, sometimes you benefit from the rain, but you don't argue with the rain. The teacher drew an umbrella on the board. Preparation for other people's opinions is yours. Other people's actual opinions are theirs. She returned to the baskets, now full. The nearest basket contained perhaps 30 cards. The farthest basket overflowed with hundreds. Look at the proportions. Most of life is not under your control, but that little pile. She lifted the nearby basket. Everything that matters is here. Your character, your effort, your response, your next step. The room fell silent. Each person mentally sorted out their own life. The mother whispered, "My son's happiness is not mine. My presence when he needs it is mine." The architect nodded. "The delay is not mine. My honest communication is mine." The nurse said, "His healing is not mine. My competent care is mine. This breath is mine. This effort is mine. Your opinion is not mine." The teacher placed both baskets on the floor. "Tonight they will go home. The traffic is not theirs. The choice of lane is theirs. The mood of their family is not theirs. Your constant presence is yours. Tomorrow's weather is not up to you. Your response to it is. Draw 2 columns every morning, before the complexity of the day multiplies. Classify clearly. Protect the first column firmly. Free the second completely. They said that to be safe, you had to control everything. The Stoics knew that to be sane, you only have to control what is yours. Lesson. Peace begins when you stop arguing with what you cannot control. The following week in the same room. The 2 baskets were still on the table, but now there was a third one between them, grey, while the others were black and white. You've been sorting for 7 days, the teacher began. Mine, not mine. Control, no control. But life rarely offers such clear divisions. Last week's architect raised his hand immediately. The permits office. I can't control their decision, but I can influence it with better documentation. Exactly. The teacher picked up the grey basket. Welcome to the middle ground. Influence without control. She drew 3 circles on the board, overlapping like a Venn diagram. Pure control, rare. No control, common. But this space in between, this is where most of life happens. A new assistant, a sales manager, leaned forward. My whole job is about influencing, persuading without commanding. Tell us about your process. I prepare my pitch. That's control. I deliver it well. That's still control. The client's decision. He paused. That's not control, but I can influence it through follow-up, addressing concerns, and adjusting the terms. The professor nodded. Now the crucial part. What when the client says no? He tensed his shoulders. I didn't manage to influence them properly. Really? Or did 20 factors beyond your knowledge converge? Budget cuts, your boss's preferences, his bad experience with a similar product 15 years ago. She walked over to the window. Look at that sailor in the harbor. Everyone turned. A small sailboat was tacking in choppy waters. She's adjusting the sails. Influence. She can't control the wind. Acceptance. She can choose her skill level. Control. The teacher's hand followed the boat's movement. See how she leans into the turn? She's influencing the boat's response to the wind, which she can't control, using skills she's mastered. Control what you can. Influence what you can. Accept what you must. The teacher returned to the board and added a phrase. If fate allows. Marcus Aurelius, Emperor of Rome, the most powerful man in the known world, added, if fate allows, to his plans, not out of weakness, but out of wisdom. Tomorrow I will go to the Senate, if fate allows. I will finish this campaign before winter, if fate allows. Last week's mother looked confused. Isn't that giving up before you start? Quite the opposite. It's committing yourself fully without attaching importance to the results. The teacher took out a bow and arrow. Look. She drew the bow to a perfect shape and aimed at a target. My posture, control. My shot, control. The flight of the arrow, influence through aim and technique. The gusts of wind, acceptance. She released the string. The arrow flew straight for a moment, but then veered to the left due to a sudden gust of wind and hit the edge of the target. Did you miss? She asked those present. Bad luck, someone replied. No, it's reality. I controlled what was mine perfectly. I skillfully influenced what I could. I gracefully accepted what happened. He picked up the arrow. Again, if fate allows. Last week's entrepreneur shifted uncomfortably. That sounds like an excuse. I did everything I could, if fate allows. Did you try with all your might? Or did you take control of the areas of influence? The teacher took out a plant. I water it. Control. I place it where it gets light. Control. I create the conditions for it to grow. Influence. Its actual growth. Acceptance. She pointed to the dead leaves on the plant. If I get angry with these leaves, insisting that watering them should guarantee results, I am confusing influence with control. A young teacher in the group spoke up. My students' learning. A perfect example. The teacher drew a classroom on the board. Your lesson plan. Control. Your clear presentation. Control. Your enthusiasm. Control. Creating the conditions for learning. Influence. Their actual learning. Acceptance. But I'm evaluated by their grades. Evaluation exists. Accept it. Your response to it. Control. Documenting your methods. Control. Advocating for fair evaluation. Influence. Control what you can. Influence what you can. Accept what you must. Last week's nurse nodded slowly. Patient recovery. I control the quality of treatment. I influence through education and encouragement. I accept their body's response. Yes, and the disclaimer. The nurse thought for a moment. Today I will provide excellent care, if fate allows, that is, if I don't have a car accident, if the hospital stays open, if the supplies arrive. That's not pessimism, it's pragmatism. You are fully committed while recognizing the complexity of life. The professor drew 3 columns on the board: control, influence, acceptance. The middle column, where attachment dies, but commitment lives. He took out a letter. My daughter's college application. My influence? I helped her write her essays, paid for test prep, drove her to visit campuses. My control. Only my own actions. Acceptance. Whatever happens, if fate allows it. Did she get in? Asked the architect. Does the director care? I influenced without attachment. She learned to strive without clinging. The result? He smiled. She belongs in the 3rd basket. A startup founder in the back stood up. My investors. The quality of your presentation. Control. Your follow-up. Control. Creating favorable conditions. Influence. Their decision to invest. Acceptance, if fate allows. Control what you can. Influence what you can. Accept what you must. The teacher returned to the grey basket. This middle space is what confuses people the most. Either they try to control it, which leads to exhaustion, or they abandon it, which is a waste. The key? Total commitment, 0 attachment. She took out a tennis ball and bounced it. Identify 1 lever of influence for today. Just 1. Something you can influence but not control. Apply your skills without clinging to the outcome. The room fell silent, everyone deep in thought. The architect. The permit reviewer's understanding of my plans. The mother. My son's mood, thanks to my calm presence. The nurse. The comfort of a difficult patient through extra care. Perfect. Influence skillfully, then let go. Lesson. Influencing without attachment multiplies results and preserves calm. The teacher raised a wine glass, the surface of which was covered with fingerprints and smudges. Through it, the lights in the classroom scattered in chaos. Shapes were distorted and colors mixed together. Your perception at this moment. She turned the glass slowly. It's not broken, just dirty. She took out a cloth and began to polish it. With each circular movement, the glass became cleaner. The same lights now pass through it clean, clear, real, useful. The same reality, different lenses. A new face in the group, a recently divorced lawyer, laughed bitterly. Nice metaphor. My ex-wife destroyed 20 years. Enough. The teacher's voice was sharp. Watch your language. Destroyed. 20 years. You've already hurt yourself twice, once with the event and once with your words. She wrote on the board. Destroyed 20 years. Now look. She erased it and wrote again, changed the next chapter. The same event, a different perspective. The lawyer clenched his jaw. You're asking me to lie to myself. I'm asking you to stop lying to yourself. Was it destruction or transformation? Were 20 years erased? Or did those 20 years teach you something invaluable for the next 20? The mother from the previous weeks leaned forward. My son's autism diagnosis. The doctor said, severe disability. And what did you think? Life imprisonment, prison. Everything would be harder forever. The teacher nodded. That's the natural first impression. But is disability the only appropriate word? What else could fit? The mother thought. Difference, variation, alternative wiring. Go on. A unique perspective. Different gifts. Teaching me patience. Her voice broke. It's not punishment. It's practice. The teacher wrote the phrase in large letters on the board. It's not punishment. It's practice. She looked back at the lawyer. Your divorce. Punishment or practice? Why? For building a life based on your values, not on your habits. For creating relationships with clarity, not assumptions. For learning who you are at 45, not who you were at 25. He lowered his shoulders slightly. The teacher took out 2 photographs, identical images of a construction site. Rubble, exposed beams, dust everywhere. She handed one to each side of the room. Left side, tell me what you see through the lens of disaster. Voices overlapped. Destruction, disorder, chaos, waste, danger. Right side, through the lens of construction. Different voices. Foundation work, preparation, cleaning up the site, creating space, progress. The same image. The lens changes everything. A young entrepreneur near the window spoke up. My startup failed last month. I lost all my savings. The team quit. The investors left. Your current lens? Failure. Humiliation. 2 years wasted. The teacher approached him. Clean the lens. What else is true? He hesitated. I learned what doesn't work. Passive voice. Try again. I got data on market fit. Better. What else? I found out who sticks around during crises. I tested my resilience. He paused. Did I give up too soon on my first failure? It's not ruin. It's material. She returned to the whiteboard. It's not ruin. It's material. It's not punishment. It's practice. Every entrepreneur I know who has been successful failed first. Now you are part of that lineage. Your lens, humiliation or education? The nurse raised her hand. I lost a patient yesterday. I tried everything. The atmosphere became heavy. Your perspective? Failure. I should have done more. Maybe if I had... Stop. The professor's voice remained kind. You're adding suffering to pain. Death happened. That's reality. But failure. Should have. That's your perspective, not the truth. Then what is the perspective? Mortality exists. Bodies have limits. You provided expert care within those limits. Her death is not your failure. Your pain is not punishment, but humanity. It's not material ruin. It's not professional punishment. The architect from earlier shifted in his seat. I've been rejected for a construction project for the third time. The client says it's uninspired garbage. Wow, that lens cuts deep. But is trash an accurate term or an emotional one? Emotional, but. No buts. If you call your work trash, you'll create trash. Clean the lens. What is really true? The design didn't fit their vision. More specific. The design still didn't fit what they were struggling to express. Beautiful. Now you have information, not an insult. What's your next step? Better questions. Listen more carefully. Fourth iteration. Through what lens? He almost smiled. It's not a rejection. It's a refinement. The professor returned to her wine glass, now crystal clear. Notice how language shapes reality. She raised it. This glass is empty, someone shouted. Or ready, available, spacious. Your bank account is broke, said the businessman. Or temporarily low, between funding rounds, scarce. Your relationship is dead, said the lawyer. Or a long pause. Complete, graduated, transformed. The teacher placed the glass on the table. Every word you choose hurts or helps. Catastrophic language creates a catastrophic life. Neutral language creates space. Constructive language creates possibilities. She took out some index cards and handed them out. Write down a current challenge. Use your current perspective, all the dramatic and hurtful words you've been saying to yourselves. Pens scratched across the cards. Now turn them over. Same situation. Clean slate. Only neutral or constructive language. The startup founder read his. Front. My reputation is destroyed. Back. My reputation is evolving through experience. The mother. Front. My son will never be normal. Back. My son will always be himself. The lawyer hesitated and then said, Front. My wife has stolen the best years of my life. Back. My wife and I have shared years that have taught us both a lot. It's not ruin, it's material. It's not punishment, it's practice. The teacher drew one last diagram, two eyes looking at the same storm cloud. One saw disaster, threat, loss. The other saw time, change, watering. The same storm, different equipment on the observer. He took out a small mirror and held it up. This week, catch yourselves using catastrophic language. Stop halfway through the sentence. Rephrase. Not I have to, but I choose. Not this is terrible, but this is a challenge. Not I'm stuck, but I'm learning. But won't people think we're delusional? Asked the lawyer. Will you be lying? No, but... So you're being accurate while everyone else is being dramatic. Which lens serves you better? The room fell silent. Lesson. Perception is a workshop. It shapes the lens, it shapes the world. The teacher placed a small stone on each desk. They were ordinary pebbles, nothing special. Who feels brave right now? No one raised their hand. Who brushed their teeth this morning even though they didn't want to get out of bed? Most hands went up, confused. That's courage. The lawyer scoffed. That's routine, not courage. Really? You felt resistance. You acted anyway. What else would you call it? She picked up her pebble. Courage isn't thunder. Courage is steps. Small ones, repeated ones. barely noticeable ones. The young entrepreneur leaned forward. But real courage is bigger than dental hygiene. Name a real courage. Quitting your job to start a business, skydiving, standing up to injustice. Once a year, once every 10 years. The teacher shook her head. That's not courage, it's occasional drama. Courage is like metabolism. Either you practice it several times a day, or it atrophies. She wrote on the board, before noon, before night. 2 brave things every day. Small ones count, especially small ones. The nurse frowned. Define brave. Acting despite resistance. Speaking despite hesitation. Start despite doubt. That's all the hard stuff. Exactly. Make the call you've been avoiding. Brave. Start the task that intimidates you. Brave. Apologize first. Brave. Say no to the invitation you don't want. Brave. The teacher took out her phone. Look. She dialed a number and put it on speaker. 3 rings. Hello? Hi, Mom. I need to tell you something. Your comment about my weight last week hurt me. I love you, and I need you to stop making comments about my body. Silence. Then, oh, I didn't realize. I'm sorry, sweetheart. Thanks. See you on Sunday. She hung up. The room fell silent. 40 seconds. 1 brave thing before noon. Done. Her mother whispered, Did you just call your mother in front of strangers? Not tomorrow now. Not perfectly, but sincerely. The architect raised his hand. That took you years of therapy to prepare. No, it just took me a decision this morning. Therapy helped me express it. The courage came when I dialed the number. She returned to the board. You're waiting to feel brave before you act bravely. It's the other way around. Act first. Let the courage catch up with you. But the feeling? That's optional. Courage is a behavior, not a feeling. The lawyer crossed his arms. This is semantics. Is it? The professor pointed to his phone. Call your wife. His face went pale. My ex-wife. Call her, right now. Say something sincere and kind. I can't. Not tomorrow now. We haven't spoken in 8 months, except through lawyers. Not perfectly, sincerely. Everyone in the room watched him struggle. His hand moved toward the phone, stopped, and moved again. What if she hangs up? Then you were brave and she wasn't ready. Her response has nothing to do with your courage. He dialed the number. The room held its breath. It's me. Don't hang up. Her voice broke slightly. I just wanted to tell you that you were right about the garden. It needed more light. You always saw it better than I did. There was a long pause. Then, faintly through the speaker, Thank you. Thank you. She hung up. Her hands were shaking slightly. How do you feel? Terrified, sick, and... He searched for the words. Cleaner. Courage often feels like nausea with a purpose. The professor smiled. But you just metabolized 8 months of silence in 30 seconds of truth. She moved around the room. Courage as metabolism means a small, steady consumption of fear, not gorging on it once a year, a daily digestion. The startup founder spoke up. I've been avoiding calling the investors who turned me down to ask for references. When are you going to call? Next week, when I've perfected my... Not tomorrow now, but I'm not ready. Not perfectly, honestly. He took out his phone, searched for a contact and hesitated. What do I say? The truth. Hi, I know you rejected my proposal, but I value your network. Could you put me in touch with someone who might be interested?" He dialed the number. The conversation lasted 90 seconds. He got 2 references. The teacher returned to the board and drew a simple graph. A straight line labeled comfort, with small peaks appearing regularly above it, labeled courage. Do you see the pattern? There isn't one huge peak per year, but multiple small peaks every day. This is sustainable courage. The mother raised her hand. "I have to tell my son's teacher that he's being bullied, but I don't want to be that mum." "When is the meeting?" "I haven't scheduled it. Send her an email right now." "But not tomorrow now. It doesn't have to be perfect, just sincere." The mother typed on her phone and read aloud. "Ms. Patterson, my son is being bullied during recess. Could we talk about it tomorrow? Thank you. Send it." She pressed send and exhaled sharply. "Oh my God, what if she thinks—" "Stop. You've taken action. You've had all the courage you need. Her response is her business." The teacher picked up 2 small stones, 2 a day. Before noon, 1 brave thing. Before nightfall, another. They add up. She wrote on the board, "This is how courage becomes metabolism, not by waiting for the perfect moment, by acting in everyday moments." The lawyer studied the numbers. "But won't we run out of brave things to do?" "Have you run out of fears?" Silence. "Then you won't run out of opportunities to be brave." She handed out slips of paper. "Write down 1 brave thing you will do before noon tomorrow. 1 you will do before nightfall. Specific, measurable, real." Everyone leaned over their slips of paper and wrote. "Share them." The architect, "Before noon, submit the 4th version of the design. Before nightfall, tell my partner that I'm struggling with depression." The nurse, "Before noon, ask for the raise I've earned. Before nightfall, sign up for the dance class I'm afraid to take." The entrepreneur, "Before noon, publish the blog post I've been editing for 3 months. Before nightfall, call my father. Not tomorrow now, not perfectly, sincerely." The teacher picked up the stones. "Put 1 in your pocket. Every time you feel it, ask yourself, what is my next brave act? Make courage as habitual as breathing, silent, constant, renewing." Lesson: act first. Let the courage catch up with you later. The teacher arrived late, soaking wet. Water pooled around her shoes as she walked to the front. "My car broke down. I had to walk 3 miles in the storm." She wiped the water from her sleeve. "Perfect." The lawyer frowned. "Perfect? It's not intrusive, it's fuel." He wrote on the board, "Amor fati, love of destiny." The Stoics had a phrase for accepting what comes. Amor fati, not resignation, not tolerance, love. The startup founder shifted uncomfortably. Love being fired? Love cancer? That's toxic positivity. No, it's strategic consent. He drew a fire on the whiteboard. Imagine a fire that not only sustains the fuel, but uses it. The wind, roaring, the rain, whistling and more heat, all the elements become energy. But some things are just bad. Bad for your preferences, useful for your practice. She pointed to her wet clothes. This morning I planned to arrive dry, prepared, calm. The universe brought me wet, rushed, improvising. Which teacher do you need more? The one who plans or the one who adapts? The mother spoke cautiously. But we can't love everything. My husband's adventure. Love that it revealed the truth. Love that it freed you from illusion. Love that it taught you your own strength. The teacher's voice softened. Not the pain, but the content of the pain. She added to the board, if nothing prevents it, equals reservation clause. Marcus Aurelius never made plans without adding, if fate permits. It's not pessimism, it's realism. I'll be there at noon, if nothing prevents it. We'll have dinner on Tuesday, if nothing prevents it. The architect laughed bitterly. So we have to wait for failure? We have to wait for reality. Reality includes obstacles. He drew an arrow hitting a wall and then circled it. The reservation clause is not giving up, it's flexibility. The nurse raised her hand. Yesterday I did my 2 brave things. I asked for a raise and they turned me down. I signed up for dance classes and they were full. Perfect material. What did you build from that? Nothing. I went home and ate ice cream. The first response is natural. What's the second? The nurse thought. The pay raise rejection. I could ask what specific metrics I need to meet. The dance class. There's another one starting next month. It's not an enemy. It's energy. The teacher took out her phone and showed them an email. The workshop space is double booked. You'll have to find another location. Sorry. I got this on my way here. The delivery guy is here. What wood did he bring? She smiled. Intimacy. A smaller space means a closer connection. Adversity means shared experience. We're no longer in a conference room, we're in a laboratory. The entrepreneur's phone vibrated. He looked at it and his face fell. My biggest client just terminated our contract, effective immediately. The room fell silent. The professor approached. The courier just arrived, just as we were here. Together. What's in the package? Bankruptcy. What else? No. His voice broke. 13 months of work. Lost. Not lost. Transformed. Into what? He stared at the termination email. Freedom to fire them first. I'd hated working with them for 6 months, but I needed the money. What else? The urgency. I've been putting off 5 smaller clients because this one was taking up all my time. The messenger has brought you 5 opportunities disguised as a loss. He returned to the whiteboard. It's not an intruder. It's fuel. It's not an enemy. It's energy. The lawyer stood up abruptly. This is crazy. My son has autism. Should I want that? Should I be grateful for his difficulties? Love that he teaches you patience you would never learn otherwise. Love that he shows you a different way to experience the world. Love that he breaks your addiction to normal. She looked him in the eyes. Love your son completely, which includes loving how he shapes you. He clenched his jaw. That's not fair to him. Fair is your judgment. Reality is what it is. Your son exists as he is. You can resist that reality and suffer twice, once for the challenge and once for the resistance. Or you can accept it and suffer once and then take advantage of it. She wrote, Today's interruptions is tomorrow's strengths. Make a list, she ordered him. All the interruptions from this morning. They wrote, Now convert each one. Write, use it, and a way to do it. The architect read, The computer broke down. Use it. I practiced the presentation without slides. It was more interesting. The mother. The babysitter cancelled. Use it. I took my daughter out for coffee with a friend. She charmed everyone. We connected more. The businessman still shaken. The client fired us. Use it. We're finally forced to look for more suitable clients. The teacher took out a match. Look. She lit it and then held a piece of paper over the flame. Fire doesn't ask if the fuel is pretty or ugly, if it's wanted or feared. Fire only asks one question: can I use it? She threw various materials into the flame: paper, a wooden pencil, wet fabric from her sleeve. They all burned. Your will is this fire. Every event is fuel. The question is not, do I want this, but how do I use it? The lawyer's phone rang. It was his ex-wife. He looked at the teacher. The messenger? He answered. He listened. His face changed. She wants to try mediation instead of lawyers, because of my call yesterday. It's not the expected result for tomorrow, but today's unexpected fuel. He handed out slips of paper. Write down the worst interruption of today. Below that, write 3 words. I also love this. Below that, write a sentence that begins with, use it. The room wrote in silence, focused. It's not about becoming passive. It's about becoming an alchemist, turning everything into gold, the gold of practice, patience, perspective. The startup founder looked up. What if we can't find a use? Then love that you're still learning to see. That's fuel too. She returned to the board one last time. It's not an intruder, it's fuel. It's not an enemy, it's energy. If nothing gets in the way, love this too. Lesson: acceptance turns destiny into fuel. The teacher arrived at the converted garage at 4:47 a.m. 3 participants were already waiting outside: the nurse, the entrepreneur, and the mother. Their breath formed small clouds in the cold morning air. I couldn't sleep, admitted the nurse. I didn't want to, corrected the businessman. After losing a client yesterday, I need structure. The teacher opened the door. Right on time. Today we're going to build temples. Inside, she had rearranged the space. Each chair faced a small table with 3 objects: a blank card, a pencil, and a small hourglass. Sit down. Don't speak yet. More arrived. The architect, the lawyer, the founder of a startup. At 5 a.m., all 12 were present, which was unusual for an optional session. The teacher stood in front of the board and drew 3 horizontal lines. All architects know this. You can't build without plans. You are architects of days. These 3 lines are your plan for dawn. The lawyer yawned. It's too early to philosophize. That's why we're here, before the noise starts, before other people's emergencies grab your attention, before the day builds you instead of you building it. She returned to the first line. What is mine today? Not your goals, hopes, or desires. What specifically can you control? The mother raised her hand. My responses to my children. More specific. My tone of voice when they're falling apart. Closer. What else? They replied, stop. The teacher wrote down their answers. Notice the pattern. My effort. My focus. My preparation. My breathing. Not the results, but the inputs. Not the results, but the behaviors. She moved on to the second line. What matters? Not to your boss, your family, society, to you, today. If this were your last Tuesday, what would matter? There was silence. The architect finally spoke up. Presence. Yesterday, I spent the whole day designing while my son was talking to me about school. I didn't hear a word. What matters is presence. Good. Who else? Patience, said the nurse. I'm rude to everyone when I'm tired. Connection, said the businessman. I've been treating people like transactions since we lost that client. The teacher wrote down every word. These aren't just priorities. They're virtues to be practiced. You don't suddenly become patient. You have to practice patience. Today is your training ground. Line 3. What comes first? Before email, before social media, before the demands of the world, what is your first deliberate act? The startup founder laughed bitterly. Usually reading the news in a panic. That's what builds you every day. What would you build first? He thought about it. 10 push-ups, just to feel strong before I feel overwhelmed. A physical foundation. Excellent. Anything else? Something small, specific, yours. The teacher picked up a card. Look, she wrote, 30 seconds, the plan for the day. She turned the hourglass over again. You have 3 minutes. Write down your 3 lines for today, not tomorrow's ideal, today's reality. The sand fell. Pencils moved. The mother struggled. She erased. She wrote again. The lawyer wrote quickly and then leaned back, dissatisfied. The architect drew little sketches next to his words. Time. He collected the cards and read them aloud without names. What is mine? My attitude during chemotherapy. What matters? Dignity and humor. What comes first? Thanking my body for fighting. The nurse's eyes filled with tears. Another card. What is mine? My honesty in mediation. What does it matter? My son's peace above my pride. What comes first? Forgiving yesterday before entering today. The lawyer stared at his hands. These aren't just plans. They're contracts with your higher self. Look. He returned to the board and wrote in large letters, calm body, clear mind, clean actions. This is your rule, not perfection, but alignment. Does your body accumulate unnecessary tension? Release it. Does your mind carry the remnants of yesterday? Clean it. Do your actions align with your stated values? Clean them. The businessman interrupted her. This is taking too long. I barely have time for a coffee. Show me your phone. He handed it to her. She scrolled through the screen. 17 minutes on Instagram this morning. 9 minutes reading about cryptocurrencies. 43 minutes on your phone since 5 a.m. But you don't have time to write 3 lines. She addressed everyone. You have time for what you decide is important. The question is, do you decide or do you let yourself be carried away? The mother took out her phone and showed the home screen. There were dozens of red notifications. This decides my morning. Delete them. The notifications? The apps. Move the ones you don't want to delete to the 3rd screen. Create friction between you and what drives you through life. Several participants immediately began reorganizing their phones. Tomorrow, the teacher continued, you will wake up with the same choice. Build your day or let it build you. Write your plan or follow someone else's. Calm body, clear mind, clean actions, or anxious body, cloudy mind, reactive actions. She asked them to stand up and form a circle. Decide what your first action will be today. Make it real in front of everyone. Walk for 5 minutes before breakfast. Call my father. Finish the report before checking my messages. Meditate for 3 minutes. Each person said what their first deliberate action would be. The teacher wrote one last time. Dawn is the architect's hour, not because early risers are superior, but because intention needs silence, plans need space, values need protection from the urgent. She handed out new cards. For tomorrow, wake up 5 minutes earlier, write down your 3 lines, then carry out your first action immediately. Don't leave any space between intention and action. The startup founder got up to leave, but paused. What if we forget the virtues we chose? What if the day destroys the plan? Then you will have learned something about which virtues are really important to you and which were just nice ideas. Tomorrow's plan will be more honest. As they stepped out into the bright morning, he shouted after them, "Body calm, mind clear, action clean, practice until it's a reflex." Lesson: intent at dawn aligns the day with your values. The conference room buzzed with post-lunch lethargy. Half the participants were checking their phones as they entered. The architect was doodling distractedly. The mother's morning clarity had dissolved into the familiar feeling of overwhelm. 3 missed calls from school. A project deadline moved up. A request for documents from her ex-husband's lawyer. "Raise your hand," the teacher began. "Who remembers their 3 morning phrases?" 4 hands slowly went up. Then they went down. Who followed through with their first action? 6 hands. Who feels that your morning intention is already irrelevant? All hands went up. Perfect. That's why we need midday. She drew a boat on the board, then a sun directly above it. Ancient sailors couldn't rely on morning readings. The sun moves. The stars change position. Currents pull. That's why they developed midday observation. When the sun reaches its highest point, you stop and recalculate your position. The lawyer shifted uncomfortably. "I've been in court all morning. I haven't had time to stop and philosophize." 3 minutes, that's all. He set a timer on his phone. "Now, let's practice." He wrote on the board, "Review, reorient, resume." First, review. Don't criticize yourself, just facts. Where did you go off track? He took out his own morning card, marked with red ink. "I chose patience as my virtue. At 10 a.m., I responded rudely to the parking lot attendant. Useful information." The nurse laughed. "I chose presence. I spent my break Googling symptoms I don't have." "I chose courage," added the businessman. "I avoided the difficult call. Again." "Good. You see it clearly. Now, refocus. Get back to the 2 piles." She drew 2 circles on the board. "What has happened since this morning that you are trying to control but can't?" The mother spoke first. "My ex's demands, the call from school, the deadline change." "That goes in the not mine pile. What is yours?" "My response to the lawyer, my communication with the school, my adjustment to the deadline." "Exactly. You can't control the waves. You have to adjust the sails." The teacher walked over to the window and pointed to the sun. "The midday light is harsh. It shows everything. The optimism of the morning has faded. The fatigue of the afternoon has not yet set in. This is the moment of truth." She returned to the board. Reorienting means choosing one small brave step for the afternoon, not redoing the whole day. It's not a perfect recovery. One step. The businessman's phone vibrated. He picked it up automatically. "Stop!" The teacher's voice interrupted him. "This is drifting. Watch how it happens." He froze, his hand halfway to the phone. "The phone didn't make you pick it up. It was your habit. This is what we're adjusting at midday, detecting drift before it becomes a current." She asked everyone to stand up and move their chairs aside. Physical reboot. When you sit too long in the same position, your mind also stays too long in the same pattern. They stretched. The lawyer looked ridiculous doing shoulder rotations in his suit. The mother laughed, the first genuine laugh all day. "Now, one brave step for this afternoon. Small enough that you can do it. Brave enough that it matters." He gave them 90 seconds to write. The architect drew a small box with an X, his symbol for saying no to a meeting that would distract him from his real work. The nurse wrote 3 words. Eat slowly. Share it, quickly. No need to explain. Send the resignation email. Call my daughter's teacher. Lock my office door. Admit I need help with the project. Take a real break. Send the proposal as is. The professor nodded. The navigator checks the stars at noon, not to realize they're lost. They already know that. To calculate the correction before it's too late. The startup founder interrupted. This is just another task. One more thing to remember. I'm already drowning. Show me your schedule. He pulled out his phone. Back-to-back meetings, overlapping commitments, no free slots. Where are you going to eat? I eat during calls. Where's the time to think? That's what evenings are for. Where's the checkpoint for corrections? Silence. He addressed everyone present. You schedule what matters. You protect what you value. If you don't spend 3 minutes correcting your course, then drifting is your plan. He asked them to take out their phones. Set an alarm. 12:30 p.m. Name it, review, refocus, resume. When it goes off, stop. Even if you're in the middle of a sentence, especially if you're doing something. Several resisted. I have client lunches. I have class. I'm in surgery. Then choose your time, but choose it now. Make it the same time every day. The mother set it for 1 p.m. when her baby was napping. The lawyer chose 12:15 p.m. between court sessions. The nurse chose 2 p.m. when she changed shifts. This isn't meditation, it's navigation. Just 3 questions. Where did I go wrong? What can I really control? What is a brave step for this afternoon? He took out a small notebook, worn from use. Mine, 6 months of midday adjustments. Want to see the pattern? He flipped through the pages. The same drift points repeated themselves. Rushed conversations, avoiding difficult emails, saying yes when he meant no. The drift points don't go away, but you spot them faster. The correction is smaller. The brave step becomes a reflex. The architect studied his sketch. What if the brave step fails? Then tomorrow's midday adjustment will include that information. Navigation isn't about perfect routes, it's about constant corrections. He drew an arrow on the board, then several smaller arrows adjusting its trajectory. That's how courage really works. It's not a heroic line, it's multiple small corrections. The businessman got up to leave early. He had another meeting. What if we're too far off course at noon? Then the midday adjustment saves your afternoon. Without it, you'll be off course until you collapse into bed, promising that tomorrow will be different. He handed each of them a small card. Midday checkpoint. Protect these 3 minutes as if they were $3 million, because that's what they're worth, the value of a life aligned versus a life predetermined. As they left, the mother paused. My intention this morning already sounds like it was written by someone else. Good. That means you're honest at noon. Tonight's review will be even more honest. The truth gets stronger when you check it regularly. The woman nodded, glanced at her phone alarm. 1 p.m. every day. Repeated. Review, refocus, resume. Until it becomes as natural as breathing. Necessary, yours. Lesson. Systems protect values. Correction keeps courage on course. The workshop emptied at dusk. The same people, 12 hours older. The entrepreneur arrived last, laptop still open, typing as he walked. Close it. The teacher's voice contained no judgment, only clarity. He hesitated, sent one more message, then closed the screen. That's why the nightly review is important. You can't see your day while you're still in it. He had arranged the chairs differently, facing inward, closer together. The harsh fluorescent lights were off. Only the warm desk lamps remained. A craftsman doesn't leave his tools scattered about. He doesn't start tomorrow with yesterday's sawdust. Every evening he cleans, sharpens, and prepares. The nurse looked exhausted, the double shift showing in her shoulders. The mother had baby food on her sleeve. The architect's perfect morning sketch was crumpled in his pocket. 3 questions, not 20, not a novel of self-improvement. 3 questions that turned today into tomorrow's wisdom. He wrote on the board, "Start with the drift, not to punish, but to map out the current situation." The lawyer spoke first. "I took a case I should have turned down. I knew it during the phone call. I took it anyway." "Why?" "Out of habit. 20 years of taking whatever they'll pay me." The teacher nodded. "Write it down. Don't tell the story. Just, I got carried away. I took the wrong case. Writing it down is more important than the novel." The businessman raised his hand, a little mockingly. "I got carried away. I checked my email 47 times. That's a symptom. Where did you really get carried away?" Pause. "I avoided the conversation at the meeting about staff cuts." "Better. More specific. Right." They went one by one. "I got sidetracked. I responded badly to the intern. I got sidetracked. I skipped lunch again. I got sidetracked. I let the meeting drag on. I got sidetracked. I didn't call my mother." Now, in what cases did you stand your ground? This is harder. We're trained to see failures, but we're blind to successes. There was silence. The mother began. "I stuck to my morning intention to play with my son, even though the emails piled up, 15 minutes on the floor with blocks." The architect sat up straight. "I told the client the truth about the schedule. I thought I would lose the project. They respected that." "I sent the termination email," said the startup founder. "I had been putting it off for 3 months." "I didn't drink at lunch," said the lawyer quietly. The nurse. "I took my break. I left the floor for the first time in weeks." Write that down too, with the same precision. "I stood my ground. I told the truth. I stood my ground. I took a break." These aren't participation trophies. They're data points that reflect character. He took out his worn notebook again and flipped through the recent pages. Look at the pattern over time. The same points of deviation are reduced. The firm points grow. That's how character is built. Through observation, not obligation. Last question. What can I repair? Not a list of perfections for tomorrow. A specific repair. The businessman became angry. "I don't apologize. That shows weakness. Repairing isn't humiliating. It's craftsmanship. You wouldn't leave a crooked nail in the wood. Don't leave crooked actions in relationships." He asked them to write it down. 1 repair each. The lawyer wrote an email to his legal assistant. The harsh words of the morning needed to be addressed. The mother sent a text message to her friend. The cancellation of lunch deserved an explanation. The architect called his partner while they were sitting there. 30 seconds of, "I should have listened to you better." Write it down, learn it, repair it. He tapped each word on the board. This is the sequence. Every night, at the same time, in the same chair, if possible. The nurse raised her hand. "What about gratitude? All the journals talk about gratitude." Gratitude without honesty is an act. First, you have to see things clearly. Then, you have to truly appreciate them. Add gratitude after the 3 questions, but make it specific, not grateful for health. Instead, grateful for strong legs that got me through a 12-hour shift. He asked them to write one down. The businessman struggled and finally wrote, "Grateful that my assistant stayed late without being asked." Good. Specific person, specific action. Tomorrow tell them. The mother read hers aloud. "Grateful that my son laughed at breakfast even though I burned the eggs." That's wisdom, finding grace in imperfection. The teacher stood up and walked over to the window where the city lights were beginning to appear. The nightly review is not a judgment, it's maintenance. You're not judging your day, you're studying it. What if the day was a total disaster? The startup founder held up his phone, which showed 17 missed calls. Then, write down, "I got carried away. I let the crisis drive my decisions. I stood my ground. I came to the workshop anyway. Repair. Tomorrow, set aside 30 minutes to think, not to react." She turned to them. The mind that reviews is wiser than the mind that acts. Don't waste that wisdom on violence against yourselves. Use it to navigate tomorrow. The architect drew as she spoke, a small sketch of tools hanging on a board, each in its place. "Show them," she said. He held it up. "This is how I see the evening review. Put the tools back where they belong, so tomorrow you know where to find them." A perfect metaphor. The day scatters your tools, attention, patience, courage. The night picks them up. She handed out one last card. Evening review. The entrepreneur was the first to pick one up, already looking at his phone. "How long does it take?" 10 minutes. The same 10 minutes you'd spend reading the headlines or replaying the day's failures in your head, except that these 10 minutes build character. When they left, the mother lingered behind. "I'm afraid of being too hard on myself. I already judge myself constantly." That's exactly why you need a structure. The 3 questions contain the judgment. They prevent it from becoming self-punishment. Write it down, learn, repair, and then close the notebook. The woman touched the baby food stain on her sleeve. "What if I forget? Do I skip the review?" Then that becomes tomorrow's first note. I got distracted. I skipped the nightly review. No drama, just facts. Start again. Lesson. Reflection turns experience into wisdom. The meditation teacher arrived late, his motorcycle helmet under his arm and his leather jacket splattered with rain. It wasn't what they expected. The company conference room was filled with 12 skeptics. A hedge fund manager checking the markets on 3 screens, a pediatric surgeon who hadn't slept in 36 hours, a divorced father clutching custody papers. "Close your eyes," she said, taking off her wet gloves. No one moved. "Or don't. But you came here because the noise is winning. External noise. Internal noise. Let's build a wall." The hedge fund manager snorted. "Walls don't work. The markets penetrate everything. Not this wall." She walked over to the whiteboard and drew a simple circle. The ancient Stoics called it the inner citadel, a fortress within you that no one can penetrate. Not the markets, not an ex-spouse, not even your own thoughts, unless you open the door. The surgeon rubbed her eyes. "I don't have time to meditate. Patients need—" This isn't meditation, it's architecture. We're building a space that can be accessed in 30 seconds, from an operating room, from a trading floor, from a custody hearing. She drew a smaller circle inside the first one. This is where you really live, not in your apartment, not in your office, in this quiet space behind your ribs. The divorced father shifted. Sounds like escapism. Quite the opposite. It's where you prepare for reality. All generals had a tent where they studied maps before battle. This is yours. He walked over to the window and watched the rain hitting the glass. First tool, breathing. Not yoga breathing, not special breathing, tactical breathing. The investment fund manager continued typing. She walked over and placed a hand on his keyboard. 4 seconds to inhale, 6 seconds to exhale. That's it. The Navy uses it. Surgeons use it. You're going to use it. Why 6 seconds to exhale? A longer exhalation activates the parasympathetic nervous system. It lowers your heart rate. It eliminates cortisol. It creates space between you and panic. She made them practice. The room filled with uncertain breaths, too fast, too shallow. The surgeon held her breath between each count. The father breathed through his mouth, through your nose, down into your abdomen. Your shoulders should not move. She demonstrated with one hand on her stomach. When you breathe with your diaphragm, you can't panic. It's physiologically impossible. The body tells the mind, we are safe enough to breathe deeply. After 2 minutes, the room seemed different. Calmer, even though the traffic was still roaring outside. Second tool, anchor phrases, not affirmations, not wishful thinking. The truth you can lean on when everything is shaking. She wrote on the board. The hedge fund manager looked up. That's it? Hallmark cards? Marcus Aurelius ruled an empire with phrases like these. When the plague struck Rome, when his best friend betrayed him, when his son disappointed him. He wrote in his journal, "Be like the rocky promontory against which the waves constantly break." The surgeon chose one thing at a time. The father chose, "This too shall pass." The stock trader hesitated and finally wrote, "The market is not my master." Now combine them. Breathe and say the phrase. Count to 4 as you inhale and think about the first half. Count to 6 as you exhale and think about the second half. He demonstrated. Inhale. Be the still point. Exhale. Be the guardian of your gate. They practiced. At first it felt awkward. The father moved his lips. The surgeon counted on her fingers. But after 5 rounds, something changed. Shoulders relaxed. Their jaws loosened. This is your strength. No one can enter without permission. Your ex-husband can't. Your boss can't. The news can't. You decide who comes in. A young teacher in the back raised her hand. What about my own thoughts? They're the worst intruders. Good question. Thoughts knock on the door. You don't have to answer. Observe them. Name them. Anxiety is knocking at the door. Resentment wants to come in. But keep breathing. Keep your phrase. They can't come in if you don't open the door. She had them practice with real-life situations. Surgeon, you just made a mistake in the operating room. What happens? Panic. Hands are shaking. Mind is racing. Stop. Count to 4. I can do difficult things. Count to 6. One thing at a time. Then act. From a place of strength, not panic. The surgeon tried it. Her whole posture changed. Her spine straightened and her hands stabilized. Father, you're in court. Your ex-wife just lied about you. He blushed immediately. I want to. Count to 4. This too. Count to 6. It will pass. Anger can burn outside the walls. You respond from within. The hedge fund manager waved her off. This won't work when I'm losing millions. You're right. If you only practice during crises. But if you build the citadel every day, 2 minutes every morning, 30 seconds at every transition, it will be there when you need it. He took out his phone and showed them the lock screen, a simple circle with a dot in the center. Every time I see this, I breathe once. I return to the fortress, 50 times a day, until it becomes automatic. The young teacher drew the symbol in his notebook. How do you talk to yourself inside the fortress? How you would talk to someone you respect, firmly but kindly, clearly but calmly. Never say to yourself what you wouldn't say to a friend in crisis. He wrote on the board, instead of "I'm an idiot," try "I made a mistake. I'll fix it." Instead of "I can't do this," try "This is hard. I'll take it one step at a time." The surgeon nodded. We're taught this for patients. I never thought I could use it on myself. The inner voice becomes the outer life. Protect it as you would protect your child, because it determines everything, your next thought, your next move, your next year. The rain stopped. The afternoon light broke through the clouds and flooded the room. Practice exercise. 2 minutes now, 2 tonight, 2 tomorrow morning. Same sentence, same breath count. Build the walls through repetition. The divorced father looked at the custody papers. What if I'm too angry, too hurt? Then that's your starting point. I'm angry, but I can still breathe slowly. I'm hurt, but I can still choose my response. Strength doesn't eliminate emotions. It holds them back. It contains them. It allows you to see them clearly. She picked up her helmet and prepared to leave. The world will continue to be noisy. People will continue to be difficult. Markets will continue to crash. But within your strength, you are untouchable. Not because you're hiding, because you've found the one place no one else can possess. The hedge fund manager closed his screens. For the first time all session, he gave her his full attention. What's your phrase? The one you use? She smiled. The same one for 20 years. I am the guardian of my peace. Lesson. Protect your inner voice. It will protect your decisions. The banker arrived at 4:47 a.m., 17 minutes before the gym opened. He sat in his Tesla, the heat on full blast, reviewing merger documents. Through the window, he watched a woman in worn sneakers doing burpees in the parking lot. No music, no audience, just her breath visible in the November air. At 5:04 the doors opened. The woman walked past him, her face already covered in sweat. It's cold out there, he said. That's the point. Inside, the banker headed for the treadmill. He set it to his usual pace. Moderate speed, slight incline. Bloomberg News on the top screen. The woman filled a bucket with ice water in a corner. What's that for? She submerged both arms up to her elbows. She kept them there. Tuesday. No, I mean, why? Seneca took cold baths. He slept on the floor once a month. He said that if you practice losing everything, you stop fearing it. The banker increased the speed slightly. That sounds awful. Horrible is being afraid of discomfort. This is just cold water. After 3 minutes, she pulled her arms out and flexed her fingers. They worked fine. She headed to the pull-up bar and completed 15 perfect reps. The banker noticed she wasn't wearing gloves or wristbands. Her hands were calloused but firm. Marcus, the gym owner, came out of his office. He was a former Marine with a sculpted physique. Sarah's right. We all train for weather conditions we haven't experienced yet. The banker stopped the treadmill. I train a lot. I come here every morning. You exercise. There's a difference. Marcus pointed to the thermostat. It's always 70 degrees in here. Padded floors, Spotify playlist, protein shake waiting for you in the car. When was the last time you felt uncomfortable on purpose? The banker thought about it. His life was designed for comfort. First-class flights, climate-controlled offices, assistants who took care of everything unpleasant. Sarah moved on to deadlifts. No belt, no chalk, just grab and pull. Try something. Tomorrow, take a cold shower. Just the last 30 seconds. Why would I do that? Marcus replied, because the day you run out of hot water, get caught in a downpour, or face something that scares you, you'll know you've been there before. Voluntarily. A younger guy walked in, headphones on, and headed straight for the machines. Sarah called out to him, "James, stairs today." He took off one earbud. "My knee." "Your knee is fine. Your comfort zone isn't." She pointed to the stairs. 20 floors, no music. James looked to Marcus for support. Marcus shrugged. "She's right. Music is armor. Sometimes you have to train without armor." The banker watched James reluctantly head for the stairs. "That looks tough." "Tough is when life hits you when you're not ready," said Sarah, adding weights to the bar. "This is training." He lifted the weight. It wasn't the maximum, but he did it slowly, controlled, without momentum. The banker noticed that he closed his eyes as if counting his breaths. "What else do you do, besides cold water and heavy things?" He put the barbell down on the floor. "I get up at 4. I never use the snooze button on my alarm. Breakfast is always the same. Eggs, rice and vegetables. No variety, no excitement, just fuel." Sounds like prison. Prison is needing perfect conditions to function. Freedom is functioning regardless of conditions. Marcus added, "I sleep on the floor of my office every Friday. It reminds me that I don't need a mattress to rest. I don't need comfort to recover." The banker became defensive. "I have real responsibilities. Billion-dollar businesses. I can't afford to be tired from sleeping on the floor." Sarah added more weight. "You're looking at it backwards. Practice gives you energy. When you stop fearing discomfort, you stop wasting energy avoiding it." James returned from the stairs, his face flushed and breathing heavily but steadily. "The truth is, it felt good. It's harder without music, but somehow cleaner." "That's because you were present," Sarah said. "You weren't escaping into the rhythm. It was just you and the exercise." The banker finished his usual routine and watched Sarah perform exercises he had never seen before. Farmers' walks with uneven weights, static poses in uncomfortable positions, all a little harder than necessary. "Try something," Marcus suggested, "for 7 days. A small voluntary hardship, a cold shower, skip a meal, walk instead of driving, have that heart-to-heart conversation you've been avoiding." The banker dried himself with a towel. "What heart-to-heart conversation?" "The one that just made your shoulders tense up." He was right. The banker had been avoiding his daughter. She wanted to quit law school and study pottery. He had been avoiding her calls for 2 weeks. Sarah finished her lunges. They weren't normal lunges. She lifted one leg and held a weight with the opposite hand. Asymmetrical, unstable, unnecessarily difficult. Why make it harder than it needs to be? She held the position and replied effortlessly, "Because life will make it harder than it needs to be. Train when it's boring. Train when it rains. Train especially when you don't feel like it." The banker gathered his things. He watched James doing push-ups with his knuckles instead of his palms. He watched Marcus carrying sandbags up and down the parking lot. He watched Sarah, now sitting perfectly still in a horse stance, her thighs parallel to the floor, her back straight and unsupported. 1 week, he said. Cold showers. Sarah opened her eyes. It's a start, but choose something that scares you more than cold water. He knew what she meant, the conversation with his daughter, the truth about her dreams versus his plans. Okay, I'll call her. Today. Marcus nodded. That's training. The body is just practice for the real work, training the will to choose difficulty when you can choose ease. The banker sat in his Tesla, this time without the heat on. He took out his phone. His daughter answered on the first ring, surprise in her voice. Dad, we need to talk. About pottery. About everything. Through the gym window, he saw Sarah still in the horse stance. Her legs must have been burning, but her face was calm. Training for a climate she had not yet experienced. Lesson: train the body to free the mind. The conference room overlooked Manhattan at dusk. 23 stories high, glass walls, the city spreading out like a racetrack below. The banker sat down across from his daughter Emma, who still had pottery dust under her fingernails from her morning class. Before we start, he said, pulling out a notebook, I have to do something. My new practice. Emma raised an eyebrow. Since when do you practice anything besides golf? Since last week. He drew 3 columns: scenario, feeling, response. It's called negative visualization. You imagine what could go wrong and then plan your response. That sounds pessimistic. Sounds prepared. He began to write. Scenario 1. You tell me you're going to drop out of school completely, not just change majors. Emma frowned. Dad? Let me finish. Feeling, terror about your future, anger about the money wasted on tuition, shame about what your classmates will think. He continued writing. Response. I'll ask you 3 questions. What skills will you develop? How will you support yourself? What is your vision for 5 years from now? She watched him write, her expression changing. Scenario 2. You show me your pottery, and it's really awful. Despite herself, Emma smiled. They're not awful. Feeling, disappointment, concern that you're delusional, frustration. He continued. Response. Remind her that skill comes with practice. Ask her to show you her progress in 6 months. Focus on her dedication, not her current skill level. The waiter brought water. The banker ignored him and continued writing. Scenario 3. You're a huge success as a potter, and I was completely wrong. Emma leaned forward. And how would you feel then? Feeling, pride mixed with regret. Joy for you, sorrow for my narrow-mindedness. His pen moved steadily. Response. Sincerely apologize. Publicly support you. Learn from my blindness. He closed the notebook. Fire drill for the soul. If this happens, I'll do that. No surprises, just scenarios. Emma took out her phone and showed him some photos. Bowls, vases, sculptures. They weren't bad at all. Some were really impressive. I've been doing my own visualization, she said. Scenario. My father cuts off my funding. Feeling fear, but also relief. Response. I already have a part-time job at the studio. I'm already selling pieces online. I've already applied for artist grants. The banker felt his chest tighten, but he consciously relaxed. You've been planning this. For months. Scenario. My father never speaks to me again. Feeling, heartbreak. Response. Write him letters every week until he responds. I'll save 1 piece from each collection for him. They sat in the agreed silence. Below, brake lights created rivers of red across the streets. "I have a meeting after this," said the banker. "A hostile takeover negotiation. Want to see how it works in real time?" Emma nodded. She took out her notebook again. Scenario: they reject our initial offer and threaten to make our tactics public. Feeling: pressure to give in. Response: have 3 backup proposals ready, each with a different structure. Scenario: they accept immediately, which means I've bid too high. Feeling: regret and doubt. Response: remember that certainty has value. Execute perfectly to maximize what we've paid. Scenario: personal attack on my leadership record. Feeling: anger, defensiveness. Response: I understand your position. Let's get back to the numbers. Emma studied her father's face. You've changed. Last month you would have walked in without thinking twice. Last month I thought confidence meant not considering failure. Now I know it means considering everything and choosing my response in advance. Her phone vibrated. The other party had arrived early and was already in the building. Scenario: they're arriving early to throw me off. She stood up and straightened her tie. Response: thank them for their punctuality. Offer them our best conference room. Turn their tactic into my hospitality. Emma accompanied him to the elevator. Dad, one more scenario. What if I succeed, but I'm unhappy? What if I chose ceramics just to rebel? He pressed the button. Then we'll sit down again. You'll make a new plan. I'll support you too. The doors opened. If that happens, I'll do that. What I do doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to be predetermined. The hostile takeover team was already in the lobby. 3 lawyers, 2 executives, and a very aggressive CEO named Richards, who had publicly called the banker a relic of soft management. The banker shook Richards' hand. Thanks for coming in so early. It shows commitment. I've moved us to the 40th floor, with better views and more space. Richards, prepared for confrontation, found himself accepting the hospitality. Emma watched from the mezzanine as her father accompanied them to the elevator, calm as a tour guide. An hour later, her phone lit up with a message from him. They tried all 3 scenarios I had anticipated, plus 2 I hadn't imagined. But preparing for 3 gave me the flexibility I needed for 5. Deal done. Your ceramics are beautiful, she replied. Scenario: Dad becomes a Stoic philosopher. Response: buy him a toga for Christmas. In the conference room, Richards signed the papers, confused about how he had gone from attack to agreement. The banker had responded to every onslaught with a predetermined defense, every emotional provocation with prepared calm. How do you stay so unruffled? Richards asked. The banker gathered the signed documents. Fire drills. If this happens, I do that. I decided on my answers this morning when I was calm. Why would I change them now, when I'm not? Richards got up to leave, but turned back. What if I had brought something completely unexpected? Then I would have asked for a 5-minute break. I would have written 3 new scenarios. I would have chosen my response. I would have come back with a plan. After he left, the banker remained alone in the conference room, the city lights now shining in the total darkness. He opened his notebook and wrote down the scenarios for the next day. A client cancellation, a traffic jam, market crash, each with its predetermined response. His phone vibrated. Emma had sent him a photo of her latest work. A bowl, imperfect but beautiful, glazed in deep blue. He wrote one more scenario. If my daughter creates beautiful, imperfect things, while I create perfect, soulless deals. Feeling. Recognize that she has chosen better. Response. Learn from her. Add beauty to my precision. Add soul to my success. Lesson. Prepared minds turn surprises into scenarios. The meditation app spoke in a measured tone as Emma sat cross-legged in her studio at 5 a.m. with traces of clay under her fingernails from the night before. Your neighborhood becomes a patchwork, your city a cluster of lights. The banker closed his eyes and let himself be carried away by the visualization. Below, the merger documents rested on the desk. 3 companies, 10,000 employees, billions in assets. Yesterday, he had felt that the universe depended on every clause. Emma's breathing slowed. The gallery opening the next day had consumed her dreams, the critics, her family, the judgment, the failure. Her first solo exhibition, 27 pieces, everything she had done since leaving finance. Now your country is visible in its entirety. The borders that seemed absolute become lines on a sphere. The banker felt his chest expand. Richards had called again, threatening to back out of the deal unless the terms were changed. An hour ago, this was a disaster. Now, floating in an imaginary space above the continent, it was like time itself, temporary, local, navigable. The planet spins beneath your feet, blue, white, silent, 7 billion heartbeats, 7 billion urgent stories. Emma opened her eyes, but her gaze was unfocused. Her mother had called her the night before, her voice broken with whine and disappointment. You could have run galleries, not stock them. The words had hurt her deeply, sticking in her like shrapnel. Now, from that height, she saw her mother's fear, not judgment, but the terror that her daughter would struggle, suffer, desire. Small in space, the app continued, big in duty. The banker articulated the words, small in space. His business was a trifle in the economy, a detail on the planet. Great in duty. But those 10,000 employees needed stability. Their families needed certainty. His role remained the same, even if his ego shrank. Emma stood up and approached her latest work, a vase that had broken during firing, but which she had filled with gold in the Japanese kintsugi style. From the cosmic heights, the opening of her gallery was molecular, but her duty to truth, to beauty, to showing herself fully, expanded as her fear contracted. The app concluded, now go back, slowly, building by building, street by street. Take your perspective with you. At 7 a.m., Richards burst into the banker's office without knocking. I've changed my mind. I want another 5% or I'm out. The banker didn't get up from his desk. He pointed to the window. Look down. Richards, confused, approached the glass. See that intersection? 6,000 cars will pass through it today. None of them know we exist. None of them care about our 5%. That's exactly why. From up here you can see 3 hospitals, 14 schools. One of our subsidiaries manufactures their supplies. 10,000 people work to keep those places running. Small in space, big in duty. Richards stepped away from the window. Philosophy isn't going to change my demands. No, but perspective could change your approach. The banker pulled out another folder. Alternative structure. You get your 5% in performance bonuses over 3 years. It protects the employees and rewards results. We both continue to fulfill our responsibilities. Richards sat down slowly. You're different from your reputation. My reputation was built from the bottom up. Try looking at it from the top sometime." 2 hours later, Emma was in her gallery, adjusting the last piece. The Times critic had arrived early, notebook in hand, his face impenetrable. Her hands trembled as she approached him. "Tell me about this one," he said, pointing to the kintsugi vase. She closed her eyes for a second, rose above the gallery, above the city, and saw herself, a tiny figure explaining beauty to another tiny figure, both spinning on a rock in space. "It broke in the kiln. 2 months of work seemingly destroyed. I almost threw it away." Her voice steadied. "Then I remembered that from a distance, the perfect and the broken look identical. What matters is what we do with the pieces." The critic wrote something down and moved on to the next piece. Her father arrived at noon, straight from the office. She watched him slowly walk around the room, lingering longer on the imperfect pieces, the ones that bore traces of her hands, of the struggle, of the recovery. "From above," he said quietly, joining her at the window, "this gallery is invisible. Your opening is a speck, but your courage in showing up, in risking judgment, in offering beauty." "A great responsibility," she finished. The critic returned, having seen everything. "The work is uneven. Some pieces are extraordinary. Others are still searching for their voice." Emma felt the familiar tension begin to take hold of her, but she consciously rose above it. From the height of a satellite, her opinion was molecular. Her duty to create was continental. "I agree," she said. "I'm still learning, but I thought it was important to show the journey, not just the destinations." The critic smiled, something so rare that his photographer later described it as unprecedented. "That's the most sincere thing an artist has said to me in a decade. The review will reflect that." When everyone left, father and daughter remained in the empty gallery. The sunset painted the white walls gold. "Want to know something?" said the banker. "Now, every morning before I face the day, I rise above it. 60 seconds. It changes everything." Emma took out her phone and showed him the meditation app. "Me too." They laughed. The same practice, discovered separately, bridging their different worlds. "Small in space," said Emma, pointing to the city across the glass. "Big in duty," replied her father, pointing to his art. That night, from their separate homes, they both looked up at the stars. The same stars that had witnessed all human fears, all human triumphs, all small people doing big things. The cosmos didn't care about their success or failure, which, paradoxically, freed them to care deeply about doing it right. Lesson: perspective calms fear and clarifies duty. The morning after Emma's opening, the review appeared online at 6 a.m. Her father read it first, while his coffee grew cold. The headline: "An uneven debut that shows promise amid pretensions." The body was worse. Phrases like derivative technique and novice ambitions peppered a grudging acknowledgement of occasional flashes of brilliance. Her phone vibrated. It was Emma. "Did you read it?" "Yes." "He called my magnum opus a sophisticated exercise in imitation." The banker set his coffee cup on the table. "What are you going to do?" "I'm writing a response. I'm 3 pages in explaining my real influences, the Japanese philosophy behind it." "Stop writing." "But he's wrong about—" "Stop writing." He opened his address book. "Meet me at the office in an hour. Bring the review." She arrived with the printed pages, the margins covered in red ink where she had noted each misinterpretation. Her father did not take her to his office, but to the building's meditation room, a space he had set up after the merger, although few knew he used it daily. "Read me the worst sentence," he said. Ms. Chen's attempts at vulnerability are interpreted as calculated transparency, the artistic equivalent of false modesty. How does that make you feel? Like he didn't even look at the work, like he came in with a review already written about privileged gallery kids and just filled in my name. Her father approached the window. 20 floors below, workers were heading to work. Her words are hers. Your response is yours. That's it? That's your wisdom? Dad, he has 2 million followers. Look! He lit a stick of incense from a drawer and let the smoke rise. See how it moves? No container can hold it. No hand can catch it. It just rises and disappears. Unless... He cupped his hands around the smoke, trapping it. Unless we become the container ourselves. Emma crossed her arms. This isn't an ancient philosophy class. This is about my career. No. Today is Tuesday. Your career is what you believe from this moment forward. He handed her a pen. 1 sentence. Not for him. The words belong to him. 1 sentence for yourself about what you will do today. Meanwhile, across town, Richards was sitting in his therapist's office, a place he had started going to after the banker's view from above had opened a rift inside him. My ex-wife posted something about the merger. She called me unethical in front of her 30,000 followers. How did you respond? Not yet. I've written 12 different responses. They all make me look worse. The therapist leaned back in his chair. Is that true? Partly. Is it up to you to fix it? Richards paused. What do you mean? Her judgment of you, does that belong to you or to her? She's talking about me. She's talking about her experience with you, her interpretation, her story. That belongs to her. Your response is what belongs to you. Richards took out his phone and showed him the drafts of his responses. They were all defensive, elaborate, point-by-point rebuttals with receipts and timestamps. Delete them all, said the therapist. But people will think. People will think. Period. They're doing it right now, without your input. They'll do it tomorrow, regardless of what you say. Their thoughts are theirs. Your response is yours. Back in the meditation room, Emma had written 1 sentence. Today, I start the next piece. Good, said her father. Now let's practice. Tell me the worst thing someone could say about my work. Emma hesitated. Dad. Come on, I've heard it all. You're a corporate robot who sold his soul for stock options. He smiled. Is that true? Partly, I've made compromises. Is it mine? No, it's their judgment, their story. My response? He thought for a moment. I'm a man trying to build things that last. That's it? What else is there? I don't own their opinion. I can't control their thoughts. I own my next decision. Emma's phone vibrated. Comments flooded her Instagram gallery. She started reading, then stopped and handed the phone to her father. Delete the app, he said. What? For a week. Smoke can't get in if there's no door. She deleted it. The relief was immediate. That evening, Richards ran into his ex-wife at his daughter's play. She looked at him as if he were a piece of furniture. Their daughter, Sarah, saw them both and greeted them nervously. During intermission, his ex-wife's new husband made a loud comment about deadbeat negotiators while looking directly at Richards. 3 years ago, Richards would have responded. He would have made a scene. He would have won the wrong battle. Instead, he took out his phone and wrote a sentence in his notes. I'm here for Sarah. Only for Sarah. His words were theirs. His response was his own. After the play, Sarah ran toward him. "Dad, did you see the part where I forgot my lines but covered it up?" "You were great. Want some ice cream?" His ex-wife stepped in. "She has homework." "It's Friday," Sarah whispered. "Your father doesn't understand the structure." Richards knelt down to Sarah's height, ignoring the bait. "Mom's right. Homework first. But this weekend we'll celebrate properly, okay?" Sarah hugged him. Over her shoulder he saw the surprise on his ex-wife's face. She had blown smoke. He let it rise and disappear. That night, Emma and her father had dinner at a small restaurant. No reservation necessary. No one recognized them. "The critic sent me an email," Emma said. "He wants to know if I have any comments on the review." "And?" "I sent him one sentence. Thank you for taking the time to see the work." Her father raised his glass of water. "To closed doors." "To closed doors?" She nodded. They toasted. Dozens of conversations flowed around them. Other people's words, other people's judgments, rising and disappearing like smoke from the kitchen. None of it could get in unless they opened the door. Lesson: self-control wins, not argument. The ovation lasted 3 minutes. Emma stood in the center of the gallery, surrounded by her new installation, Reconstruction, which enveloped the audience in fragments of mirrors and reclaimed metal. The Times critic, who had torn her previous work to shreds, was in the front row, applauding louder than anyone else. She felt nothing. It wasn't numbness, it was awareness. The applause was wind. Her work, the months of welding, polishing and reshaping discarded materials into something that breathed. That was weight. That was hers. Her father watched from the back corner, remembering his own first big success, the launch of a product that had made him the youngest vice president in the company's history. He thought that ovation would sustain him forever. It lasted exactly until the next quarter's numbers disappointed. "Brilliant work," the critic said to Emma, extending his hand. "I was wrong. This is the future of sustainable art." "Thanks for coming," Emma replied simply. "We should talk about a feature story, maybe over dinner." 3 months ago, she would have jumped at the chance. She would have reorganized her life to get his approval. Now she saw it clearly. It was the time, not the climate. "Send me an email at my gallery," she said, already turning toward other guests. Across town, Richard sat in the cafeteria of his daughter Sarah's school, watching her receive her participation trophy at the science fair, 5th out of 5. She had worked for weeks on her volcano, memorizing facts about pyroclastic flows and rehearsing her presentation until she could recite it backwards. The winner, a boy with a professionally printed presentation on renewable energy, clearly put together by his parents, stood with his gold medal, basking in the praise of the teachers. Sarah approached Richards with the trophy in her hand. "I messed up the chemical reaction. I put too much vinegar in it." "What did you control?" She looked at him. "What?" "In the whole project. What did you have to control?" Sarah thought. "The research, the rehearsals, showing up even though I knew Trevor would do better." "And what wasn't your responsibility?" "The judge's opinions, that Trevor's father is an engineer, that the vinegar measurement was wrong on the website I used." Richards held up the participation trophy. "This is wind." He tapped her forehead. "What you've learned is weight." "Dad, that's weird." "Maybe, but it's also true." In the gallery, Emma's father found himself cornered by a collector who had once dismissed his company as soulless technology, but now wanted to talk about synergies given Emma's sudden fame. "Your daughter is a genius," said the collector. You must be very proud. I was when she failed too. The collector laughed uncomfortably. Well, sure, but this is different. Is it? It's the same Emma, the same dedication, the same vision, only time has changed. The collector's phone rang. Someone more important. He excused himself and left Emma's father alone with the truth he had learned too late for his marriage, but just in time for his daughter. Applause and criticism were the same thing, only travelling in opposite directions. Emma found him there. 3 sales already. Should we celebrate? Let's get to work. I have ideas for the next piece. This reaction, good or bad, is just information. He smiled. Weather vane or compass? Compass. Always compass now. The metaphor had come up in one of their meditation sessions, where he explained how most people spun around with every breeze of opinion, while a compass always pointed north, regardless of the conditions. He had spent 40 years as a weather vane. His daughter had learned to be a compass in a matter of months. Richards and Sarah left the science fair early and stopped for ice cream despite the participation trophy. Trevor's mum said I should be ashamed of myself, Sarah said between bites of chocolate ice cream. Were you ashamed? For a second. Then I remembered what you said about smoke. Her words are hers. My response is mine, Sarah concluded. But Dad, what if everyone thinks I'm stupid? Richards put down his spoon. Remember when I had that big fusion? Everyone said I was a genius. The magazines, the newspapers, even the TV. You know what happened 3 months later? You lost everything. Exactly. And those same people called me an idiot, a failure, an example of what not to do. He leaned forward. Was I a genius? No, I was lucky at the right time. Was I an idiot? No, the market changed. I was the same person in both cases. The only thing that changed was time. Sarah stirred her melting ice cream. So what am I? A girl who chose the hardest project for the science fair, researched it on her own, and got up on stage even though she knew she might lose. That's character. Character carries weight. Back at the gallery, the after-party was a whirlwind of congratulations and champagne toasts. Emma was on the roof, looking out at the city lights, when the critic found her again. Aren't you celebrating your triumph? I'm working. On what? You just opened. She pointed to a construction site across the street where a building was being demolished. Tomorrow they'll tear down all those steel beams. I already called. They'll let me pick them up at dawn. But you've already made it. You don't need to rummage through trash anymore. Emma turned to him. I've never rummaged through trash because I needed to. I did it because discarded things contain the truth. Success doesn't change that. Most artists would be drinking champagne right now. Applause is wind, she said, surprising herself by quoting her father. Character is weight. The critic studied her. You really don't care that I'm praising you now. I care exactly the same as when you were criticizing me. He left shortly after, slightly offended. Emma stayed on the rooftop, sketching plans for her next work, while below the party celebrated a version of her that lived in their opinions, not in her reality. Her father appeared with 2 glasses of water. Indifferent favorites, he said, using the Stoic term they had discussed, things that were nice to have but did not affect virtue or character. Favorites but not necessary, Emma agreed. They stood together, watching the city's mood, its praise and criticism, its victories and defeats, swirl like the wind around the buildings that stood thanks to their foundations, not the air moving around them. Lesson. Let character be the anchor that a claim cannot be. The notification sounded at 2:47 a.m. Richards reached for his phone before fully waking up, his thumb already scrolling through emails as his brain struggled to remember why he had woken up. Across town, Emma was standing in front of her refrigerator at the same time, eating ice cream straight from the container, her third celebration since the gallery opened a week earlier. In her childhood bedroom, Sarah clicked "Next episode" for the 5th time, abandoning her homework and telling herself she would stop watching after this one. 3 people, 3 lives ruled by habits rather than decisions. Richards caught himself staring at the screen, looking at emails about quarterly forecasts while standing in his underwear in the dark. When had this become normal? He remembered telling Sarah that character was important, but there he was, light as smoke, blown away by every digital breeze. He put his phone in the kitchen drawer, not just turned off, but far away. The apartment seemed strange without its glow. Emma scraped the bottom of the ice cream container and realized she didn't remember tasting it. The success at the gallery had triggered something unexpected. Not celebration, but hunger. More praise, more sales, more proof that she belonged there. She had been staring at her phone for 3 minutes, refreshing the reviews and counting the likes. "This isn't sovereignty," she said to the empty container. "It's just another form of scavenging." The next morning, Richards called a family meeting. Even though they were divorced, they still did this. The structure helped them. "New experiment," he announced. 7 nights, no screens after 9 o'clock. "That's crazy," said Sarah. "It's impossible," added Emma, although she had been thinking something similar. "It's not denial," said Richards, pulling out a timer. "It's a direction. We're not depriving ourselves of technology. We're reclaiming sovereignty over our attention." He had learned the distinction in his meditation group. Temperance is not about rejection, but conscious choice. Just as a skilled rider does not beat a horse, but guides its strength. Emma looked at her phone, 17 new notifications since she had sat down. What do we do instead? Whatever we decide to do, that's the point. They agreed to try. That night, 9 o'clock came like a small death. Sarah's fingers moved toward her laptop. Emma picked up her phone 6 times before remembering. Richard stood in the living room, suddenly aware of how much time there was in a night. Sarah was the first to break the silence, but not as she expected. With no screens, she noticed the sound of her neighbor practicing the violin, something she had never heard with his usual music. She opened the window, listened, and then took her old keyboard out of the closet. She wasn't a great player, but she could play. Emma found herself in her studio with nothing to document, no audience to perform for, just her and the reclaimed steel. She worked differently without the camera, looser, more experimental. When she made an interesting mix, no one knew but her. The privacy felt like a luxury. Richards did push-ups. Then he read a real book. Afterwards, he stood on the balcony and stared at the city, discovering that Tuesday nights had a different rhythm than Wednesday nights, something he had never noticed in the 15 years he had lived there. The second night was harder. The urge came in waves. "It's like surfing," Richards told Sarah when she called, fighting the urge. "You don't fight the wave. You don't obey it. You ride it." "Dad, you've never surfed." "Metaphorically, I'm excellent." She laughed, and the craving passed. Another wave would come, but now she knew. Waves always pass if you don't dive into them. Emma created a new environment in her apartment. She moved her phone charger to the bathroom. She put her laptop in a drawer. She placed art supplies everywhere. She was designing defaults, making creating easier than consuming. "The environment is stronger than willpower," she told her father when he came to visit. "So I'm making my environment work for me." He noticed that she had also removed all the clocks. "Why those?" "Time pressure makes me reactive. Without clocks, I respond to my actual energy, not arbitrary numbers." On the fourth night, unexpected things happened. Sarah finished her homework before dinner, not because she had to, but because she had discovered that she actually liked math when she wasn't multitasking. Emma completed 3 new pieces, each more complex than any she had attempted while documenting her process. Richards slept through the night for the first time in 2 years. "It's not hunger," Sarah said at the next family meeting. "It's sovereignty." The metaphor Richards had shared was about taming a strong horse, not breaking its spirit, but channeling its power. Desire was the horse. Discipline was the reins. Freedom was knowing how to ride. The call came from Emma's gallery. Sales were down. They wanted her to focus more on social media, to have more presence, more availability. "I'm available from 10 to 5, she said. "After that, I'm an artist, not a product." "But you're losing momentum." "No, I'm choosing a direction. There's a difference." 7 nights turned into 14, then a month. The restriction became a structure, and the structure became freedom. Sarah's grades improved, not because she studied more, but because she paid more attention. Emma's work deepened. Richards discovered that she actually liked who she was when she wasn't reacting to everything. One night, Sarah showed them something. Trevor from the science fair had posted something cruel about her online, something cruel about trophy kids. 3 months ago, she would have spent hours crafting a response, losing sleep, letting it take over her mind. "Now," she said, closing her laptop, "it's after 9. He doesn't need to know what I do at night." Lesson: freedom grows where discipline leads. The offer came on a Tuesday. Sarah stared at the early admission letter from MIT, which was contingent on her giving up her current research project to join their summer program, which started in 2 weeks. "I need more information," she told her parents over dinner. "You already have the letter," Emma said, "but I don't know if my current research will be successful. I don't know if it's worth giving it up for the MIT program. I don't know." "You'll never know," Richards interrupted. "Not completely. Not in advance." He had learned that the hard way when Joe left. He had hoped for clarity that never came, a perfect moment of understanding. But life offers no certainties, only the next step, which appears as a rung just as you lift your foot. Emma was facing her own decision. A collector in Berlin wanted to commission a huge installation from her, 6 months of work and a guaranteed income, but that meant abandoning her salvage aesthetic for polished steel. The contract had to be signed in 48 hours. "How can I choose if I can't see the whole path?" she asked Richards. "You don't need to see the whole path. You need enough information and clear values." He took out a napkin and drew 3 lines. "That's it?" Sarah asked. "That's it. Clarity through action, action through values." Sarah applied the filter to MIT. Who was she becoming? A researcher who finished what she started. Was MIT good for anything other than herself? Her current research could help more people. Would she respect herself? No, not if she gave up her work for prestige. "I'm staying," she decided, though her voice trembled. "Even if it means losing MIT." "If fate allows it, you'll find another way," Richard said. "And if fate doesn't allow it, you'll have chosen according to your values. That's the only success we really control. Emma struggled further. The fellowship would secure her finances and allow her to help her father with medical expenses. But working on polished steel felt like a betrayal of everything she had discovered. She called Ananya. "What would you do?" "That's not the right question. What do your values tell you?" Emma's values said authenticity over security, but security also served others, her father, her community work at the set design workshop. "Both options are valid," Ananya said, "so choose the one that keeps you whole." Emma realized she was trying to think her way to certainty, but some stones only appear after you step on them. She picked up the steel she had salvaged and began working without a plan. 3 hours later, she had a proposal. She would create the installation using materials salvaged from Berlin itself, abandoned U-Bahn rails, pieces of the wall, industrial debris, polished where it served the work, untreated where it didn't. He sent it off without knowing if it would be accepted. "Clarity through action," he muttered. The collector rejected it immediately. Then he called back 6 hours later. They had shown it to the committee at the installation site, who loved the idea of making Berlin's history tangible. Sarah's situation became complicated. MIT called her directly. They would review her current research and possibly incorporate her into their program. But before the review, they needed her decision. "That's backwards," she complained. "That's life," Richard said. "We choose with partial information and then deal with what comes." She wrote her 3-line filter on a card and took it to school. Trevor cornered her during lunch. "I hear you might be turning down MIT. That's stupid." "Based on what values?" "Based on reality. You have to take the best offer." "The best according to what criteria?" He looked at her as if she had spoken Finnish. Sarah realized that most people never questioned their criteria. They inherited them, absorbed them, never examined whether prestige, security, or comfort fit who they were becoming. "I choose based on my values," she said. "You choose based on yours." Values don't pay the bills. Neither does fear, but at least values let you sleep. That afternoon she announced her decision. Yes to MIT, but only if they supported her current research. If not, she would stay at Jefferson High School. Either outcome would teach her something. Richards was facing his own springboard. His meditation group was disbanding. The instructor was moving to Colorado. He had been asked to replace him. "I'm not qualified," he told them. "Show up. Practice. You've changed. That's qualification enough." He applied his 3 phrases. Who was he becoming? Someone who helped others find stability. Did that serve a purpose beyond himself? Obviously. Would he respect himself? Only if he tried. "If fate allows," he said, "I'll do my best." The first class she taught was a disaster. She forgot half the instructions, got confused with the breath counts, and her voice shook. But people came back, not because she was perfect, but because she was authentic. "Clarity through action," she told them. "We learn by doing, not by waiting to be ready." MIT accepted Sarah's conditions. The assignment transformed Emma's career. Richards's meditation group grew, but even if the results had been the opposite, they would have discovered something crucial. When values decide, fear recedes. The steps appeared as they went along, not before. The path became clear as they walked, not as they waited. And every choice based on values, regardless of the outcome, became a success in itself. Lesson: when values decide, fear recedes. Emma arrived at the youth center before dawn, 3 months after her assignment in Berlin launched her career. There were no photographers or social media updates, just her, a truck full of salvaged materials, and a broken sculpture garden that hadn't been repaired in 5 years. She had discovered it by chance while delivering some pieces to a nearby gallery. Children were playing basketball on the cracked concrete, the edge of the court lined with twisted metal that had once formed playful animals, now dangerous rusted shapes behind caution tape. "The city says it will cost $30,000 to remove it," the director had told her. "40 to replace it, so it stays broken." Emma didn't offer. She just showed up. When the center opened, she had removed 2 of the most damaged pieces, leaving clean spaces. No note, no signature. When she returned the next morning, the children were already playing where danger had once lurked. "Be useful, not dramatic," she muttered, loading another piece into her truck. Sarah focused first on the students who were failing. They weren't the ones who made noise or skipped class, but the quiet ones, the ones who drowned without splashing. She started arriving an hour early and left the classroom door open. No announcements, no mandatory sessions, just her presence. Marcus was the first to arrive, a third-year student who had missed 6 assignments. He sat silently for 20 minutes before speaking. "I can't read. The words get mixed up." Sarah didn't think much of it. She found large print versions, taught him how to use colored sheets, and put him in touch with a dyslexia specialist. When his grades improved, she didn't take credit at the teacher meeting. The victory was his, not hers. "Why don't you mention your private lessons?" Trevor asked her, seeing that she was once again overlooking the recognition. "Lighthouses don't announce that they're shining, they just shine." Richards organized building maintenance without anyone asking him to. The janitor had quit. The management company was useless, and the elderly residents had trouble with basic things. Burned-out light bulbs in the hallways, jammed mailboxes, a front door that wouldn't lock. He bought the materials with his pension. He fixed things at night when no one was around. When Mrs. Chen tried to pay him, he pretended not to understand. When Mr. Williams left him a thank-you note, Richard said he didn't know anything about it. "Someone fixed the lock on my door," Williams told him in the elevator. "What nice neighbors we have in this building," Richards replied. The meditation group noticed his absences, his tired eyes at the morning sessions. But Richards never offered an explanation. Service was not a currency to be traded for admiration. Emma's anonymous repairs at the youth center continued for weeks. Each dawn, another hazard was removed, another section cleaned. The director installed a camera to capture her guardian angel. When she saw Emma in the footage, she waited for her in the parking lot. "You're that artist, from the installation in Berlin." Emma continued unloading tools. "I'm just someone with a pickup truck. We could get you noticed, get you some recognition. Then I wouldn't come anymore." "But your reputation, the positive press." Emma stopped. "My work speaks in galleries. But service? Service whispers. The moment it shouts, it becomes performance." She convinced the director to keep quiet, although it was clear that she found it disconcerting. In a world where every gesture was documented, anonymous help seemed almost suspicious. Sarah's morning sessions grew. 5 students became 10, then 15. She brought coffee, homemade muffins, never mentioning the cost or the time. When the director suggested making it official, extra pay, a formal program, Sarah refused. Official means paperwork, metrics, obligations. This works because it's simply human. One morning she found Lindsay crying in the hallway, a senior, full scholarship to Princeton, paralyzed by imposter syndrome. Sarah didn't give her a motivational speech. She told her about her own fears at MIT, the nights she wondered if she was smart enough, good enough, enough. You know what helped me? Remembering that Princeton chose you to contribute, not to be perfect. Be useful, not dramatic. Show up, work hard, help others. The rest will work itself out. Lindsay started tutoring sophomore students. Not to improve her resume, she did it discreetly, during lunch, without leaving a record. Sarah saw her confidence grow through service, not achievement. Richards discovered that Mr. Petrov hadn't left his apartment in 3 weeks. He was depressed after the death of his wife, compounded by the shame of asking for help. Richards didn't make him a project. He simply knocked on his door every morning with an extra breakfast. "I've done too much," he lied. Little by little, Petrov began to accompany him on his walks, then to the meditation group, then to volunteer at the food bank. Richards never treated him as a rehabilitation success story, just as a neighbor, a friend. "You saved me," Petrov told him one day. "You saved yourself. I just brought eggs." Emma finished the repairs at the youth center at night during a storm. The last piece, a climbing frame so rusty it could collapse, took 6 hours to dismantle safely. She left just as dawn was breaking, soaked and exhausted. That afternoon, she received a commission for a huge public sculpture, something that celebrated community service. She almost laughed. Art about service while real service went undone. She turned down the commission and sent the money she would have earned to the youth center anonymously. They used it to build a new garden where the broken sculptures had stood. The director called Emma one last time. "Someone donated exactly what we needed. Was it?" "The good people of this town," Emma interrupted. "Be helpful, not dramatic." Sarah's students started their own silent revolution. They tutored without signing up for honor society hours. They cleaned classrooms without getting environmental club credit. They fixed Chromebooks without recognition from the tech team. "Why?" asked Trevor. "What's the point if no one knows about it?" "The point is in doing it," Sarah replied. Serving for applause is just sophisticated selfishness. Serving for the sake of serving, that's how you build a life worth living. Richards' building was transformed without fanfare. Residents began helping each other, visiting each other, sharing meals. No committees, no schedules. Just human beings, remembering that they lived in community. "You started this," Mrs. Chen told Richards. "No, I just changed the light bulbs. You all started living like neighbors." The lighthouse simply shines. It does not announce the dawn, take credit for safe passage, or demand recognition for disasters averted. It is simply there. It serves. It illuminates without distinguishing between worthy and unworthy ships. Emma now welded in private, creating pieces she would never sell or show, gifts she left anonymously where beauty was needed. Sarah taught students who would never know her name, ghosts she helped on their journey through life. Richards maintained a building, a meditation group, and a dozen quiet friendships that asked for nothing more than his presence. Be useful, not dramatic. Let service be your own reward. They discovered that the good life was inevitably good for others, not as performance or charity, but as a natural expression of consistently lived values. Lesson: the good life is good for others. Emma arrived at the manufacturing workshop and found chaos. Her apprentice Marcus had botched a crucial weld, ruining 3 days of work. The other workers stood frozen, waiting for the explosion that usually followed costly mistakes. Emma examined the botched joint. She took a deep breath from her diaphragm and exhaled slowly through her nose. She kept her shoulders straight and her hands relaxed at her sides. "Get the angle grinder," she said to Marcus. "Let's cut it off cleanly and start again." "But the deadline, it still exists, and so does the solution." She put on her welding helmet. "This time, watch my body position. See how I keep my elbows close to my body?" Marcus watched her demonstrate the correct technique 3 times. Her movements were fluid, unhurried, despite the time pressure. When he tried again, she guided his arms without touching them and corrected his posture without criticizing him. "Copy me. Explain it. Repeat it," she said. "That's how skills are transferred." The other workers gradually returned to their tasks and the tension dissipated. Emma had taught them how to deal with setbacks, not with drama or blame, but with evaluation and action. Sarah faced her own test when the school board announced budget cuts. Her teaching team gathered in the break room, and voices rose with each proposed solution. "We should protest. File complaints. Go to the media." Sarah remained seated as the others paced back and forth. Her breathing remained steady, her hands folded on the table. When she spoke, her voice was firm, without raising her voice. "We have 90 days before the cuts take effect. Let's make the most of them." She opened her notebook. 3 questions. What can we control? What can we influence? What must we accept? "How can you be so calm?" asked another teacher, overwhelmed with frustration. "Because panic isn't going to bring back the funding." Sarah drew 2 columns on the board. "But thinking clearly can help us find alternatives." She wrote the limitations in one column and the possibilities in the other. No drama, no speeches about injustice, just facts and options. Within an hour, they had identified 3 grant opportunities and a strategy for fundraising among parents. "Lead by example. Explain it. Repeat it," Sarah told them. "If we want students to face adversity with grace, we must first demonstrate it ourselves." Richards discovered that his meditation group was fracturing over scheduling conflicts. Half wanted earlier sessions, half wanted later ones. The arguments became personal, threatening the peace they had gathered to cultivate. At the next meeting, Richards arrived early. He arranged the cushions in a perfect circle and lit a single candle in the center. When the members arrived arguing, he was already seated, his back straight but not rigid, his gaze soft but attentive. He let them talk until they had vented. Then he spoke calmly. "We're arguing about when to practice peace." A kind smile. "Perhaps we're missing an opportunity to practice it right now." He proposed alternating schedules, 1 week early, 1 week late. But more importantly, he suggested they examine their attachment to their preferences. A gardener doesn't force roses to bloom according to a calendar. He takes care of the conditions, the soil, the water, the light. Roses bloom when they're ready. He pointed to the circle. We take care of the conditions for awareness, when matters less than how well we care. Model it, explain it, repeat it. Emma posted a single rule in the manufacturing workshop. Excellence is the norm, not the exception. No lengthy manuals or complex policies. Just one rule that everyone could see and understand. When Marcus made his first perfect weld, Emma called everyone over. "Look at this penetration. See the uniform wave pattern." She praised him specifically in public. "This is what we're looking for." Later, when she found safety violations, she addressed them privately, one-on-one. "Your skill is solid. Your safety habits need improvement. Here's what I've observed." No shame, no theatrical disappointments. just clear feedback and specific corrections. Sarah transformed her teaching team through micro-actions. She graded exams during lunch while others complained, demonstrating that action was more important than discussion. She shared resources freely, modeling abundance rather than scarcity. When conflicts arose, she mediated with questions, not judgments. "What outcome is best for the students?" became her motto. A colleague who was initially resistant began to mimic Sarah's approach, then another. By the end of the semester, her department had the highest student satisfaction ratings, despite budget cuts. "You've changed the whole culture," the director observed. I changed my response. Others decided to follow me. Richard's meetings went from complaint sessions to problem-solving workshops. He arrived with simple agendas written on index cards. He began with 60 seconds of silence, not imposed, just as an example. He addressed problems without pointing fingers. Pay attention to the trash, rather than, "Someone keeps leaving trash everywhere." Lead by example. Explain. Repeat. Ms. Chen began copying his approach with her grandchildren. Mr. Petrov used it at the food bank. The ripples spread beyond the building, beyond intention. Marcus, Emma's apprentice, eventually surpassed her technical skills. The day he corrected her technique, respectfully and specifically, she smiled. "Well done. Show me again." She became the student without drama or wounded pride. The other workers watched her learn from someone she had trained, and they saw leadership as service, not status. A gardener cares for the conditions. They don't yell at seeds to grow faster. They don't blame the soil for being depleted. They add nutrients, adjust the light, keep the moisture constant. They create environments where growth is inevitable. Your example is your most eloquent speech. It's not the words you choose for meetings or the policies you write for manuals. It's the small actions, the constant presence, the difference between what you say and what you do. That's where leadership lies. Lesson. Your example is your most eloquent speech. The email arrived at 11:47 p.m. Sarah read it 3 times, and each time she did, she clenched her teeth tighter. The superintendent had revoked the grant she had fought for 6 weeks to secure. No explanation, just bureaucratic language about changing priorities. Her fingers hovered over the keyboard. The response formed itself. Harsh words about incompetence, about broken promises to students, about administrators who had never set foot in a real classroom and were making decisions about real education. She typed the first sentence. She deleted it. She typed another. Her pulse was pounding in her temples. Pause. Investigate. Continue. She closed her laptop. She set a timer for 10 minutes. He walked to the kitchen and filled a glass with cold water, feeling its weight and temperature against the palm of his hand. The anger was still there, burning, legitimate, but now he could examine it instead of drowning in it. What value was threatened? Trust. He had made promises to his team based on that approval. He felt his integrity had been compromised. The timer went off. He returned to his laptop and drafted a different email, professional, specific, requesting clarification and a meeting. The fire burning in his chest had become a controlled flame, still hot but contained, with a purpose. Richards heard the screams through the wall of his apartment at 2 in the morning. The couple next door, whose fights had intensified in recent weeks. This time, something broke. Glass shattered. His first impulse was to bang on the door, shout louder than them, and threaten to call the police. The old Richards would already be in the hallway, matching their chaos with his own. Instead, pause, investigate, proceed. He sat down on his meditation cushion. He counted his breaths, 4 in, 6 out. The anger was real. They were disturbing his peace, possibly hurting themselves. But anger added to anger only multiplied the destruction. What value was threatened? Safety, peace, the well-being of the community. After 3 minutes, he knocked on the door, firmly but not aggressively. When the husband opened the door, his face red with anger, Richard spoke from within. "I heard glass breaking. Is everyone okay?" The unexpected calm broke his pattern. The woman appeared behind her husband, with a small cut on her hand from cleaning up a plate that had been thrown. "I have a first aid kit," Richards offered. No judgment, no lectures, just practical help. Emma discovered that her new employee had been bad-mouthing her to the floor manager, suggesting that her methods were old-fashioned and that he could run the store better. She overheard him in the break room, listing her supposed failures to anyone who would listen. Rage consumed her. Every cell in her body wanted to go over there, fire him on the spot, and set an example that would resonate throughout the store for years to come. Pause. Investigate. Proceed. Instead, she headed for the loading dock. She let the cold air hit her face. She counted the rivets on the steel door, 1 to 30, then backwards. Her anger transformed into something useful, information about boundaries to set and rules to reinforce. What value was threatened? Respect, team cohesion, the culture she had built over years of patient work. She scheduled a meeting with him for the next morning. She spent the night drafting specific points, examples of behavior and clear consequences. It wasn't an attack. It was a recalibration. "Your technical skills are solid," she began the next day, her voice steady as a welding torch. "Your professional conduct needs immediate adjustment. Here's what I've observed." She laid out the facts without getting heated. She set expectations without drama. The fire had become a forge, hot enough to shape, controlled enough not to destroy. Sarah's meeting with the superintendent revealed the real reason for the change of heart: political pressure from board members with conflicting interests. The grant would go to a richer district's pet project. The injustice burned her. These were children who needed resources, not politics. She clenched her hands under the table. "I need to understand the decision matrix," she said, buying time. "Can you explain the evaluation criteria to me?" As he spoke, she breathed. She translated his corporate jargon into concrete data. She found the gaps in the logic, the points where student welfare had been sacrificed for political convenience. Pause. Investigate. Continue. She didn't explode. She didn't resign in protest. Instead, she requested that the decision be documented in writing with specific criteria. Then she contacted 3 journalists who covered equality in education. "Anger is energy," she told her team later. "We can let it burn everything down, or we can use it to build something better." Richards developed a protocol and wrote it down on a card that he kept in his wallet. When his meditation group faced another conflict, this time between tradition and innovation, he applied the protocol publicly. "I notice anger rising about changing our format." Pause. Breathe. "What I feel threatened is continuity, the security of familiar practices." Another breath. 10 years from now, will the specific format matter more than the fact that we kept the practice together? The group watched him transform irritation into curiosity, heat into light. Emma posted her own protocol for calming down in the store. "When you get angry, walk away from the work, count to 30, come back with solutions, not accusations." She put it into practice when a supplier delivered the wrong materials for the 3rd time, causing them to miss a deadline. Instead of the volcanic phone call everyone expected, she took 5 minutes. She wrote down 3 specific questions. She made the call in a professional, controlled, precise, and effective voice. Not only did the supplier expedite the shipment of the correct materials, but they also offered a discount for the inconvenience. Marcus watched and learned. He began using the same approach with difficult customers. The store's reputation went from tough but volatile to tough but professional. Anger comes as information. Something you value is in jeopardy. The signal is important. The smoke is not. A forest fire consumes everything, both the guilty and the innocent. A fireplace provides heat, light, and a gathering place to work. Same element, different control. The difference is not in the flame, but in the container. Lesson: anger serves when it is controlled. It destroys when it controls. Richards got the call at 2:47 a.m. His brother Daniel, 3 years his junior, had died in his sleep. Heart failure at 41. No warning, no goodbye. The world reeled. The coffee cups on the kitchen counter seemed strange, like artifacts from someone else's life. The meditation cushion he had sat on that morning seemed to belong to another century. Feel it, name it, walk with it. But first, he had to remember how to breathe. Sarah's mother's dementia had been progressing for 2 years, but the woman who had forgotten Sarah's name still remembered every word of Moon River. Until Tuesday, when she stopped. The music therapist tried 3 times. Her mother stared at the wall, humming something unrecognizable, trapped in a world Sarah couldn't reach. "She's still here," they said to comfort her, but Sarah knew that wasn't true. The mother who had taught her to read, who had stayed up all night sewing her prom dress, whom she had called first after every triumph and every disaster. That woman had already crossed a river that Sarah couldn't follow. Not yet. Emma's shop, the one she had bought from her father, rebuilt with her own hands, defended through recession and pandemic, burned down on a Thursday, an electrical fire that started in the walls. 20 years of work, gone before the fire trucks arrived. She stood in the ash-smelling dawn, watching investigators rummage through the rubble of what had been her office, her legacy, her life's work. "At least no one was hurt," said the fire chief. Emma nodded, unable to explain that someone had been hurt. The part of her that believed in building things, in permanence, in the myth that hard work could protect what you loved. Richards flew to Portland to attend the funeral. He found himself in Daniel's apartment, sifting through the evidence of a life cut short, a half-finished crossword puzzle, milk that would expire in 3 days. A voice message on Daniel's phone. "Hi, it's Tom. Are we still on for poker on Thursday?" The pain came in waves, not like a wall, but like a river with currents. Sometimes he could stand, sometimes it knocked him down. That night he wrote a letter to Daniel. "You taught me how to throw a curveball when I was 12. You covered for me when I broke the windshield on Dad's car. You called me out when I got too philosophical and brought me back to reality with your bad jokes. I never told you that you made me want to be better, not with lectures, but by being exactly who you were. Thank you for 41 years of brotherhood. I will carry you with me, not as a burden, but as a light. Feel it, name it, walk with it." Sarah began visiting her mother every morning before school, not to talk, that was no longer possible, but to be present with what was left. She brought recordings of her mother's voice from better days, telling family stories. Sometimes she recognized her, most of the time she didn't. "I'm grieving someone who is still alive," she told her director, asking for an adjustment to her schedule. "Take all the time you need." But time wasn't the cure. Time was the river she had to cross, carrying with her both her pain and her love, learning that they weighed the same. She wrote to the mother who had been her mother, "You gave me words when I had none. You taught me that broken things can be beautiful, that Japanese pottery with cracks filled with gold is more valuable than flawless pieces. I'm trying to fill these cracks with gold, Mom, trying to honor your teachings even when I lose your presence. Thank you for teaching me how to live. I will teach others in your name." Emma stood among the debris with the insurance adjuster, taking inventory of the losses. The restored 1947 lathe, the anvil her grandfather had used, the wall of photographs, 3 generations of metalworkers now reduced to ashes. But Marcus was there, along with 2 other employees, rummaging through the debris. "We're looking for tools that can be salvaged," Marcus explained. "Anything we can recover, we'll restore." They found his father's hammer, the handle burned, but the head intact. They found the brass plaque with the name of the original workshop. He found a community he didn't know existed. Competitors offering workspace, customers setting up a fund for reconstruction, suppliers granting credit without being asked. Feel it, name it, walk with it. He wrote a letter to the workshop. "You held up my father's dreams and mine. You gave us a purpose, a community, a place to transform raw materials into useful things. The fire took your body, but not your spirit. It lives on in every piece we make, in every apprentice we train, in every problem we solve. Thank you for 20 years of refuge. I will rebuild, not to replace you, but to honor what you taught us, that making things matters, that work is love made visible." The weight of grief does not diminish, but it changes. It transforms from rock to river stone, polished by acceptance, light enough to carry. Richards returned to her meditation group and shared her protocol for grief. 3 breaths to connect with the earth. Name what you have lost. Name what remains. Choose an action that honors both. Sarah developed a manual for teachers facing anticipatory grief, the loss of students through graduation, illness, or moving away, the loss that precedes loss, the goodbye that lasts for months or years. Emma's new shop was built on the foundations of the old one, different but rooted in the same ground. She kept the burnt hammer hanging on the wall, not as a reminder of the loss, but as proof of what survives. Pain comes as a teacher. It is not cruel, even though it may seem so. It is not punishment, even though it may seem so. It is simply the price of having loved something temporary in a temporary world. The river of pain must be crossed, without a bridge, without a boat, without a detour. But it cannot be crossed alone. It carries with it all those who have suffered before, all those who will suffer after. It joins an ancient procession of human beings who have learned that loss does not negate love, that endings do not erase meaning. Lesson: pain can soften the heart without hardening the mind. The hourglass sat on Dr. Patricia Chen's desk, not as decoration, but for its functionality, as it measured exactly 1 hour. She turned it over at the beginning of each session with a patient and watched the sand fall grain by grain as someone across from her struggled with the weight of time. "I keep putting off the book," said her patient, a programmer named Marcus, who had survived a heart attack at the age of 38. "I keep thinking I'll write it when things calm down." Patricia pointed to the hourglass. It was now half empty. "Things never calm down. The sand never stops falling. Marcus watched the narrow stream of grains. It's terrifying. Only if you don't use your sand wisely. She had started using the hourglass after her own diagnosis. Stage 3, detected early, good prognosis, but no guarantees. The oncologist had shown her the survival curves, the statistical projections, the 5-year rates, numbers that meant everything and nothing. That night she bought the hourglass. She began turning it over every morning and asking herself, if this were the last time I turned it, how would I spend these grains? Remember that you are going to die, so live correctly. James Rodriguez had a photo on his dashboard, not of his family, but of a cemetery. Specifically, Section G, Plot 447, where a tombstone with his name already engraved awaited him. Only the date was missing. He had bought it after his brother died at the age of 52, the same age as his father. Sometimes passengers would ask him about the photo. It keeps me honest, he would reply as he merged into traffic. Every green light could be the last. Every passenger could be my last conversation. It makes you present. He had been driving with that photo staring at him for 3 years. He helped a woman in labor when traffic left them stranded. He convinced a teenager not to do something irreversible. He returned a wallet with $8,000 in cash because the time he had left was too precious to waste on theft. Death isn't the opposite of life, he told his nephew while teaching him to drive. It's the frame that makes the photo valuable. Nina Patel lit 40 candles on her 40th birthday, not on a cake, but in candle holders arranged throughout her apartment. Each flame represented a year lived. She would light one more each birthday until she couldn't. Morbid, her sister called it. Clarifying, Nina corrected her. She had started the ritual after watching her mentor die, not death itself, but the way he faced it, bitter about unfinished business, angry about the time he had left, as if death were a surprise rather than the only appointment we all have. Nina walked among her 40 flames, using each one to light others, candles she would give away, symbols of what she could pass on while her own wick still burned. Remember that you will die, so live correctly. The group visiting the cemetery followed Elena through Section C, passing monuments with forgotten names. She had started organizing these visits after her husband's funeral, finding peace among the gravestones that proved that everything has an end. This was Margaret Chen. She paused in front of a simple gravestone. 1892 to 1967. Mother, teacher, gardener. 75 years compressed into 7 words. A young couple in the group held each other's hands more tightly. This isn't to scare you, Eleanor continued. It's to make you focus. If you had 7 words on your gravestone, what would they be? More importantly, what would you do today to earn them? She led them to the oldest section, where the dates had been erased, leaving only shapes in the stone. Now they are anonymous. But they lived, loved, fought, celebrated, just like us. The only difference is that their sand has fallen away. Back at the entrance, she handed each visitor a small jar of sand. About as much as a day's worth, 24 hours of grains. Spend them knowing they won't come back. Marcus, Dr. Chen's patient, finally started his book. Not someday, but that very Tuesday, right after the session. 1 page, then another. The hourglass on his desk, which now turned over every morning with the question, what is worthy of these falling grains? He wrote about code as poetry, about building digital cathedrals that would outlive their builders, about the heart attack that taught him that time was syntax, precise, limited, irreplaceable. James Rodriguez started a program to teach former inmates how to drive. It wasn't charity, it was an investment. Their grains of sand fell into their hourglasses, and their skills were passed on before their last journey. "You are going to die," he told each of the graduates. "The question is whether you will live before that." Nina's 40 candles became 50, then 55. Each year, more light to give away. She mentored young designers and taught them that creation was the answer to mortality, to create things that would outlive their creators. Eleanor's visits to the cemetery grew. People came to face the fact that would define all others. This ends. Not to become morbid, but to become aware. To stop living like sleepwalkers on finite days. 3 dignified ways to spend today, she assigned them. Only 3. Not everything, that's panic. 3 deliberate choices that honor your mortality. They wrote, small acts that become meaningful because of their scarcity. Ordinary moments that become sacred because of their number. The hourglass does not stop. The candle burns down. The cemetery fills up. These are not threats, but teachers who remind us that meaning does not come from duration, but from decision. Not from having infinite sand, but from spending the finite grains wisely. Lesson. Mortality clarifies priorities. Marcus Chen cleaned offices at night, pushing his cart through towers where multi-million-dollar deals were closed during the day. Security guards saw him studying between floors, with philosophy books propped up on cleaning supplies and Greek phrases copied onto index cards. They said he was poor, they said she was weak, but the Stoics knew true wealth is invisible. His bank account had 3 digits. His treasure trove of virtues contained more. Each trash bag was emptied with dignity. Each bathroom was cleaned with care. Each lost item was returned without hesitation. Deposits in a private economy where character was the currency. The executives whose offices she cleaned left Rolex watches on their desks, assuming the janitor wouldn't dare touch them. Marcus covered them with notes. Moved to drawer for safekeeping. MC. Building trust grain by grain, choice by choice. Sarah Williams had a food truck with margins as thin as the slices of bread in her sandwiches. The competition undercut her prices, stole her recipes, and spread false rumors about health violations. Her financial advisor showed her charts that pointed to closure. Change course, he advised. Lower quality and increase volume. Sarah looked at her hands, marked by years of preparatory work, steady from years of practice. Her wealth wasn't in the cash register, but in repetition. The same fresh ingredients every day, the same generous portions, the same sincere smile, whether she was serving executives or factory workers. She kept a different set of books. Her food truck survived. Competitors with fatter bank accounts closed down. Customers came for the food, but they stayed for something they couldn't put their finger on. The richness that radiated from someone who had carefully chosen her currency. Dr. Angela Foster treated addiction at a clinic where insurance barely covered the costs. Other doctors at her medical school drove Teslas and posted photos of their vacations in Santorini. They gathered at meetings and compared the incomes of their specialties. "Are you still at the clinic?" they would ask, with a tone somewhere between pity and judgment. "I'm still making deposits," she would reply. Her treasure, 20 years of service. Thousands of hands held during crises. Hundreds of funerals she had attended, weddings she had celebrated, birthdays she had remembered. The teenage addict she had treated, now a counselor to others. The grandmother who got clean at 70 and lived to meet her great-grandchildren. Angela wrote down her daily contributions. Compound interest in currencies no bank would recognize. James Park had 3 suits, drove a 15-year-old Honda, and lived in the apartment he had rented since law school. The other lawyers at his firm renovated everything but their ethics. They measured wealth in billable hours. He measured it in uncompromising moments. The case that could have made him rich, defending a company he knew had polluted the groundwater. The settlement would have allowed him to buy the house, the car, and the life everyone expected him to want. Instead, he turned down the representation. He lost the bonus. He put the deposit in his virtue account, his integrity intact, and his dreams unclouded. They said he was poor. They said she was weak. But the Stoics knew true wealth is invisible. His colleagues bought vacation homes. James bought time, pro bono hours for tenants facing eviction, immigrants in need of representation, small organizations fighting big injustices. Each case was a deposit, each victory, interest earned. Elena Vasquez taught 5th grade in a district where she paid for supplies out of her own salary and never received recognition. Less experienced teachers left for private schools where they doubled their salaries. She stayed, making deposits that others couldn't see. Tuesday's entry. Her students grew up and became doctors, teachers, engineers, and artists. They sent her letters. You taught me to value other kinds of wealth. You showed me that there is wealth beyond money. You were the first person who made me feel valuable. Elena kept these letters in a box labeled "Interest Paid Back." Marcus finished his degree by studying between night shifts. On graduation day, the executives whose offices he had cleaned for 6 years sat in the audience as their children received the same diplomas. They had never known he was a classmate. He started his own cleaning company, not to escape work, but to transform it. All employees were trained in his private economy, dignity in all tasks, integrity in the small details, discipline in daily practice, a strength of character that no recession could drain. Sarah's food truck became 2, then 5. They weren't franchises, but apprenticeships. She taught her currency, quality over quantity, consistency over appearance, relationships over transactions. Each truck functioned as a mint, creating value that accountants couldn't quantify. Dr. Foster's patients created a scholarship in her name, not because she asked for it, but because they had learned her accounting system. Recovery wasn't about avoiding substances, but about making deposits. Every meeting attended, every truth told, every hand extended to someone newer in sobriety. James became a judge. The nominating committee highlighted his modest financial portfolio and strong ethical record. On the bench, he counted a different kind of wealth. Justice dispensed, precedents set, lives redirected through fairness rather than favoritism. Elena retired with the same savings account she started with, but withdrawing the interest that had accumulated over decades. Her former students visited her, called her, wrote to her. Her success was her compound return, her character, her distributed wealth, the ledger that each one kept. They recorded the day's contributions, small amounts in a private economy where virtue was the only currency that could not be stolen, devalued, or made obsolete, where value was practiced in daily deposits, not bought in one-time transactions. The vault of character, built choice by choice, became the only wealth that mattered, invisible to those who counted the wrong coins, invaluable to those who had learned the real exchange rate. Lesson: your value is practiced, not bought. The notification count was 3,847. Marcus Chen stared at his phone screen, his thumb hovering over the red badges that promised urgency, demanded a reaction, and offered nothing. Each beep was a little thief at the gates of his attention. Instead, he deleted the apps. The withdrawal was immediate. Phantom vibrations, compulsive urges to pick up the device, anxiety about missing something that was never really anything. His mind, accustomed to being fed every 30 seconds, screamed for its sugar. Marcus replaced the apps with two sources: a weekly philosophy newsletter and a long-form journalism website he checked on Sunday mornings. High signal, low noise, wells instead of floods. Watch the door. Choose water. Dr. Sarah Kim ran a neuroscience lab that studied attention span. She didn't miss the irony. She was researching concentration while her own was scattered across 17 browser tabs, 4 messaging platforms, and 3 news aggregators. She was studying what she was losing. The experiment began with herself, an information diet, with calorie counting, no scrolling, no browsing, no quick checks that turned into hour-long descents into other people's opinions about other people's opinions. Her colleagues consumed everything and retained nothing. Sarah consumed selectively and retained the essentials. They knew all the hot topics. She knew what was important for her job. They reacted to every headline. She responded to selected signals. James Morrison managed social media for a tech company while practicing information monasticism. He was amused by the paradox, selling attention while protecting his own. He understood the mechanism because he had stepped away from it. His castle had very strict rules of access. The company wanted him to be always available, always responsive. James set limits. 2 emails a day, 1 message, create before consume. His campaigns worked better than those of his colleagues who lived on the platforms. Distance gave him perspective. Perspective allowed him to develop strategies. Elena Rodriguez wrote novels on her phone during her commute to work, but she hadn't read anyone's opinion about writing in 3 years. No forums, no groups, no endless discussions about the process that replaced the actual process. She wrote 2 hours a day and consumed the work of others for 2 hours a week. The ratio was important. Create more than you consume, produce more than you browse, build more than you destroy with criticism and comparisons. Watch the door. Choose water. Marcus filled the hours he had regained with creation. Carpentry in the garage, each piece molded with his hands instead of his thumbs. The furniture existed. The tweets he didn't read didn't. Reality over representation, always. Dr. Kim's lab productivity doubled once she stopped fragmenting her attention between different sources. One of the breakthroughs came during what would have been a Twitter session. An idea emerged from sustained attention rather than a scattered reaction. Her articles were accepted by more prestigious journals. Her thinking deepened beyond snap opinions. The students she mentored were addicted to junk food news. She taught them the diet. At first, they resisted. The fear of not knowing everything immediately. The anxiety of silence where there had once been noise. Then they discovered what Marcus, Sarah, James, and Elena already knew. Less input, more output. Less reaction, more response. James noticed patterns in the metrics. Posts created from quiet contemplation outperformed those made with reactive haste. Campaigns based on principles rather than trends lasted longer and went further. The audience sensed the authenticity that came from protected attention. She taught her team the practice. Elena's novels became richer once she stopped diluting her imagination with the opinions of others. Each book emerged from a protected mental space, uncluttered by what everyone else thought fiction should be. She established sources. Discipline felt like deprivation until it revealed itself as liberation. attention regained from the slot machine of endless scrolling, focus restored from the fragments of perpetual partial attention. Marcus built furniture that lasted for generations, while others built tweets that lasted for seconds. Dr. Kim published research that advanced knowledge, while others published reactions that advanced nothing. James created campaigns that changed behavior, while others created noise that changed channels. Elena wrote novels that endured, while others wrote comments that faded away. Each of them kept a journal. Control was not based on ignorance, but on intention. It was not about hiding information, but about choosing what deserved to be included. The castle of attention was protected, the well of inputs was healed, and the ratio between creation and consumption was carefully maintained. Everyone practiced the same protocol: create before consuming, respond rather than react, choose wells rather than floods, protect gates against attention thieves. The currency of attention, spent wisely rather than stolen bit by bit. The destination of attention, deliberately directed rather than randomly scattered. Lesson: attention is destiny. Direct it wisely. The laminated card that Dr. Sarah Chen carried in her wallet had 7 lines written on it. They weren't motivational quotes. They weren't borrowed wisdom. They were her code, refined over years of emergencies and ethical decisions, written in her own hand. Marcus had his engraved in oak, literally. 5 maxims on wood hung above his workbench, each letter carved deep enough to last a lifetime. Elena lived with sticky notes taped to her bathroom mirror. James encoded his in a password prompt that appeared every morning. Different formats, same function, a North Star when the fog rolled in. Dr. Chen's code emerged from pattern recognition. Every time she had acted with integrity, certain principles had guided her. Every time she had strayed, their absence had allowed her to do so. She wrote them down. Perception: see what is, not what I fear. Action: move toward difficulty with grace. Will: accept the results, embrace the effort. Service: heal without judgment. Truth: speak it gently, without reservation. Courage: one uncomfortable truth a day. Presence: this patient, this moment, this breath, short enough to memorize, clear enough to apply, personal enough to matter. It's not for show, it's for the soul. Marcus discovered his code through failure. Every piece of furniture he ruined taught him something about standards. The wobbly coffee table, he had rushed it. The chair that broke, he had skimped on materials. The cabinet that never sold, he had built it for applause rather than function. His maxims emerged from his mistakes. Craftsmanship: quality always over speed. Materials: never skimp on the foundations. Process: measure twice, cut once, accept the result. Purpose: build to last, not to impress. Learning: every mistake teaches if you listen. He carved them during a weekend when orders piled up and the pressure mounted. The act of carving slowed him down and deepened his commitment. These weren't suggestions, they were standards. Elena's code addressed her specific demons: perfectionism, comparison, and creative paralysis. She had written 40 novels in her mind, 3 on paper. The difference tortured her until she identified the thieves. Creation: done beats perfect. Comparison: my only competition is yesterday's page count. Discipline: 2 hours a day, no exceptions, no excuses. Truth: write what scares me. Service: stories that help others feel less alone. Revision: fix it later, finish it now. The cards on his mirror reflected the morning light. He read them while brushing his teeth, programming his unconscious before his conscious mind could argue. Some mornings he wanted to revise them, make them prettier, deeper. But that was perfectionism talking. The code remained as written, imperfect, functional, his. James faced a different challenge. His company's values were plastered on every wall: innovation, disruption, excellence, but they meant nothing when quarterly targets drove every decision. He needed personal standards that could withstand institutional pressure. His code fit on a business card. Integrity, what I do when no one is watching. Impact, results over activity. Communication, clarity over cleverness. Growth, learn from failure faster than from success. Limits, my attention, my rules. Service, add value before extracting it. He printed dozens of copies: wallet, desk drawer, car visor, bathroom cabinet. Wherever the temptation to compromise arose, his code was waiting for him. It wasn't for show, it was for the soul. For those moments when the easy way called and only his personal principles could redirect him to the right one. The codes evolved, but slowly. Dr. Chen added one about rest after exhaustion. Recovery is not optional. Marcus removed one about customer satisfaction when he realized it contradicted his principle of quality. Eleanor consolidated 6 lines into 4, making them more concise. James translated his into questions for difficult decisions. They all discovered the same truth. Specificity mattered more than poetry. Being good meant nothing. Saying a hard truth kindly every day meant everything. Vague aspirations couldn't guide behavior. Clear standards could. The morning ritual became universal among them. Read the code at sunrise, not to memorize it. They had already done that. But to recommit, to remember, to focus before the chaos of the day tested their resolve. Dr. Chen was confronted by a pharmaceutical representative offering incentives that bordered on bribery. Her code made the decision easy. Heal without judgment included judgments clouded by bribes. The decision was made in seconds because the standards had been set for years. Marcus received an urgent order that required lower quality materials to meet the deadline and budget. His carved oak responded clearly. Never compromise the fundamentals. He lost the sale, upheld his standards, and slept without conflict. Eleanor's editor wanted changes that would make her novel more commercial. Her mirror cards responded, "Write what scares me," and "Stories that help others feel less alone." The book stayed true. It sold fewer copies, but it changed more lives. James's CEO demanded that he implement tracking technology that violated user privacy. The code on his business card whispered, "What I do when no one is watching," and "Add value before you take it." He refused, documented his reasoning, and prepared for consequences that never came. The CEO relented when presented with principled opposition. Each person noted when their code had guided them, when they had violated it, and what they had learned. The document became a personal ethics journal, tracking the gap between stated values and actual behavior. The code simplified difficult decisions by eliminating negotiation. When the rules were clear, decisions became calculations rather than deliberations. Lesson: a clear code simplifies difficult decisions. Review: more repetitions of courage and service. Marcus built furniture, but he had never built a day. Not consciously, not until anxiety attacks forced him to examine how random moments became patterns of panic. His old schedule. Wake up when worry dictated, work until exhaustion demanded, sleep when collapse required. No structure, no intention, just reaction disguised as productivity. The new architecture began with 3 pillars: sunrise, noon, and sunset. A temple of time that kept his values steady as circumstances changed. 5:30 a.m. The alarm was non-negotiable. Postponing it meant giving up. He had placed his phone across the room, forcing himself to move to silence it. Movement meant commitment. The body led and the mind followed. 5:35 a.m. 3 questions while making coffee. He wrote the answers in a notebook, the same pen, the same chair. The repetition carved grooves in his consciousness. Design the day designs you. 6 o'clock a.m. 20 minutes of voluntary discomfort. Cold shower on Mondays, extra weight on Tuesdays. Practice difficult conversations on Wednesdays. Call someone she had been avoiding. The rotation prevented adaptation and kept her courage fresh. 6:30 a.m. Shift time. Pack her daughter's lunch with a note. Send an encouraging email to a struggling intern. Small gestures made before the day demanded its toll. Eleanor's temple had different decorations, but identical pillars. 4:45 a.m. Writing hours, before doubts woke up. No emails, no news, no entries, only outputs. 2 hours of creation while her inner editor slept. 7 o'clock a.m. Review what she had written, but only to ensure continuity. No judging, no revising. Mark problems for later. Maintain momentum now. 7:30 a.m. Plan the rest. 3 MITs, most important tasks. Not 20, not 10. 3. If those 3 were accomplished, the day was a success. Her midday pillar was at 12:30 p.m., a non-negotiable break. She had set 3 alarms: her phone, her clock, and her laptop. Redundancy prevented excuses. The adjustment ritual took her 10 minutes. She had learned to distinguish between busy and busy. Busy meant the email she had been avoiding, the chapter she was afraid of, the boundary that needed to be set. Busy meant reorganizing files and checking metrics, movement without progress. Dr. Chen integrated her pillars into the chaos of the hospital. She couldn't control when emergencies arrived, but she could control her response to them. Before her shift, when it started, mid-shift, bathroom breaks became ritual spaces. After the shift, in the car before driving home, James planned his workday with precision. Open calendars invited interruptions. His became a fortress with strategic doors. 7:15 a.m. Morning intention, non-negotiable. Assistants knew, unless the building was on fire, there were no interruptions. 12 £100, 12:15 p.m. Lunch began with adjustments, not food. Review the morning's progress. Identify the afternoon's focus. Often, he found that the morning's urgent items had become irrelevant by the afternoon. 5 o'clock to 5:15 p.m. Review the afternoon before heading home. What worked? What didn't work? What relationships needed repair? If, then, planning. Sunday evenings. Each person discovered their saboteurs. Marcus fought the urge to skip the morning questions when orders piled up. Elena fought the urge to review instead of write. Dr. Chen resisted the "I'm too tired" excuse. James confronted the lie that it's too important to pause. The structure included recovery, planned, protected, and non-negotiable. Marcus. Tuesday afternoons in his workshop, no client work, just personal projects. The wooden bowl that served no purpose except to bring joy. the joint that challenged him without consequences. Elena. Fiction Fridays. No editing, no correspondence, just reading other people's work, filling the creative well. Dr. Chen. Tai Chi on Thursday mornings, moving meditation that prepared her for 12-hour shifts, slowness as medicine for speed. James. Weekend mornings with family, phones in a drawer, presence as practice. They tracked the patterns. Marcus realized that his anxiety peaked when he skipped his morning questions for 3 days in a row. Elena's writing suffered when she skipped her nightly revisions. Loose threads became tangled overnight. Dr. Chen's patience evaporated without her mid-shift breaths. James's decisions deteriorated when his adjustment rituals disappeared. The temple required maintenance, monthly reviews to assess what was working, what wasn't, and what needed adjustment. But the 3 pillars, sunrise, noon, and sunset, remained constant. Everything else could change. These anchors remained firm. Their days began to shape them. The morning intention created momentum. The midday adjustment prevented derailments. The evening review turned experience into wisdom. The architecture made courage systematic rather than sporadic. Design the day. The day designs you. They had heard it as a metaphor until they lived it as a method. Rituals weren't limitations. They were containers of freedom. Within the structure, spontaneity thrived. Within discipline, creativity flourished. Lesson. Rituals make courage repeatable. The wind tunnel awaited. It wasn't a metaphorical wind, but real resistance, real turbulence, real tests that would reveal whether the architecture could withstand the elements. Monday. The stage for criticism. Your presentation was a disaster. The client interrupted you midway through. This isn't what we agreed on. It's amateur work. Did you even read the briefing? Everyone is watching. Your team cringes. Your reputation takes a visible hit. 2 piles assessment. Code application. The truth without defense. Calm body, clear mind. Response options. The most common option. Option 1. Seek information, not justification. Criticism may contain gold or nothing. Only research will reveal it. Reservation clause. We will readjust this project if we improve our understanding. Tuesday. Delay scenario. The permit you needed arrived 3 weeks late. Your project schedule is falling apart. The team is scheduled, the materials are ordered, the customer is expecting it to be finished. Everything is collapsing like dominoes. 2 piles assessment. Code application. Obstacles as material. Act where influence exists. Response framework. Reservation clause. We will complete it excellently, even if it is later than planned. Test. Learn. Reinforce. Wednesday. Failure scenario. The business you have built over 5 years has to close. The numbers don't lie. You have 6 weeks left, maybe 8 with cutbacks. Your identity is tied to this company. People believed in you. You believed in yourself. 2 piles assessment. Code application. Failure teaches. Success validates. Both serve a purpose. Decision tree. Reservation clause. This is over, but I'm moving on. Wiser. Thursday. Success scenario. The promotion arrives, not the one you wanted, but 2 levels higher. Your salary doubles. Your visibility quadruples. Your former colleagues are now your subordinates. Imposter syndrome joins ego inflation. 2-stack assessment. Code enforcement. External is preferred. Internal is not necessary. Character over merit. Integration approach. Caveat: I will take this position lightly, but the responsibilities seriously. Test, learn, reinforce. Friday, fatigue scenario. Day 14 of 16-hour days. The crisis is not over. Your body protests, your mind clouds over, your patience evaporates. The rituals that sustained you seem impossible. Even breathing is an effort. 2 battery assessment. Code application. Yield without breaking. Progress, not perfection. Fatigue modifications. The skeleton holds when the muscles fail. The structure sustains when motivation disappears. Reserve clause. I will maintain the minimum viable practice even if it is not ideal. Saturday, compound scenario. Your father is dying. The merger is failing. Your teenage son is rebelling. Your health indicators are in the red. Everything is burning at the same time. 2 battery assessment. Code application. All your code rotated as in a triage. Survival architecture. Reserve clause. I will do it incompletely, but honorably. Test. Learn. Reinforce. The wind tunnel revealed weaknesses. Each scenario required advanced planning. Not detailed scripts, but response frameworks. If there is criticism, be curious. If there are delays, communicate. If there are failures, extract. If there are successes, be light-hearted. If there is fatigue, minimize. If there is complexity, triage. Sunday exercise. Simulate tomorrow's likely scenarios. The difficult email you're waiting for. The meeting that could blow up. The deadline that could be missed. Don't catastrophize, prepare. Don't panic, get organized. Write the response before the trigger occurs. Choose your stance before the storm. Decision-making under pressure degrades unless it is decided in advance in a calm state. The wind tunnel taught us the order of preferences. These preferences, practiced under pressure, became reflexes. The criticized presenter who sought information instead of justifying himself. The contractor who was late and communicated immediately. The failed founder who closed with honor. The promoted manager who remained flexible. The exhausted worker who kept up the minimum. The overwhelmed father who chose presence over perfection. Try. Learn. Reinforce. The stress test ritual revealed where practice had not yet become second nature, where the code remained theoretical, where courage needed to be cultivated. Lesson: what you practice under pressure becomes second nature. The Roman forge at dawn. Not the elaborate smithy in the city, but the portable brazier carried by a legion, functional, essential, sufficient. The blacksmith held the ring with the seal over the coals that had burned all night, smouldering but never extinguished. Every morning, the same ritual: breath to wake the coals, hammer to shape the day. Marcus stood at the window, the city still dark. 30 days of practice had carved channels in his mind like water in limestone. They weren't canyons yet, but they were no longer just superficial scratches. The words waited behind his teeth, memorized not by repetition, but by experience. I will focus on what is mine. The phrase sounded different now. It wasn't a limitation, but a liberation. The board meeting the day before had dissolved into accusations, but he had kept coming back to that first sentence. Their panic, not mine. Their projections, not mine. My response, my composure, my next step, mine. I will act with courage, even when courage is scarce. The email to his estranged brother, sent at lunchtime. 5 words. Thinking of you. Miss you. Short. Scary. Scent. The value of kitchen tables, not mountaintops. I will accept whatever comes and turn it into fuel. The diagnosis had come on Tuesday. It wasn't what anyone would choose, but the choice lay elsewhere, in how to use it. The appointments with specialists, the treatment options, the difficult conversations. It was all fuel for the fire that would consume or refine him. He chose refinement. I will measure my wealth by the virtues I deposit each day. The promotion had slipped through his fingers, going to someone younger, louder, better at the game he had stopped playing. But his ledger showed a different math. Integrity maintained, team supported, work completed without drama. A currency that wouldn't show up on LinkedIn, but would accumulate in his character. I will remember that I am mortal and therefore urgent. It wasn't morbid, it was clarifying. The hourglass on his desk, which turned over every morning, let the grains fall without him noticing. Enough time for what mattered, never enough for what didn't. I will be useful, not dramatic. Sarah's crisis didn't need his opinions or his anxiety. It needed his presence, his practical help with the children, his quiet confidence that she would pull through. Usefulness without witnesses, service without keeping score. I will build a day that builds a life. Architecture, not accident. The morning intention that pointed the arrow, the midday adjustment that corrected the drift, the evening review that drew wisdom from experience. Small blocks carefully placed, creating something that could withstand the passage of time. Words were not magic, they were tools, and tools required hands to hold them, work to direct them, consistency to sharpen them. Some mornings the oath seemed to lift concrete, heavy, resistant, necessary. Other dawns, it flowed like water finding its course. Elena discovered this practice on the third day of her divorce proceedings. The law firm had reduced 20 years to property division and custody schedules. She drove home in silence, passed the bottle of wine, and stood by the kitchen window. I will focus on what is mine. Her healing, mine. Her decisions, not mine. The children's adjustment, influence, not control. I will act courageously, even when courage is scarce. The conversation with the children, honest but age-appropriate. The appointment with the therapist, made despite the stigma. The job application, sent despite decades out of the workforce. I will accept whatever comes and turn it into fuel. Loneliness, acknowledged without drowning in it. Freedom, felt without guilt. Fear, felt without paralysis. All of it, material to build something new. James took the oath from his hospital bed, his voice hoarse from the respirator tube that had just been removed. The motorcycle accident had cost him his left leg and 6 weeks of consciousness, but it hadn't touched the part he chose. I will measure my wealth by the virtues I deposit each day. Patience with the physical therapist, gratitude toward the nurses, humor with visitors who didn't know what to say, small deposits that built reserves for the long rehabilitation that awaited him. I will remember that I am mortal and therefore urgent. The clarity that comes from having been on the brink of death. Every sunrise now had weight, not a burden, but meaning. The accident had robbed him of his mobility, but it had given him perspective. The oath did not spread through evangelism, but through example. Colleagues noticed changes they couldn't name. Families felt changes they couldn't articulate. Something about presence, about consistency, about facing chaos with calm rather than contributing to it. David, the prince of hedge funds, kept the words on a card in his wallet. Between trades that moved millions, he would touch the card, not reading it, just remembering it. His team assumed that the improved performance was due to new analysis. He knew it was due to a new architecture. I will be helpful, not dramatic. The junior analyst's mistake could have triggered the usual theatrical anger. Instead, what's the lesson here? How do we prevent this from happening again? What support do you need? Useful questions, no drama. Linda recited the oath as she ran before dawn, her breathing and rhythm creating a moving meditation. The divorce lawyer who had built her reputation on destruction was now looking for construction. Better deals, cleaner endings, clients who healed rather than hardened. I will build a day that builds a life. Not the life she had planned, which had vanished, but a life with intention, where the architecture of each day supported the foundations of the next. The hammer struck the seal. The mark imprinted itself on the hot wax. It wasn't elaborate. It was clear. It wasn't perfect. It was consistent. The seal that would identify documents, authorize decisions, represent commitment. Once pressed, the wax would cool, the mark would set, the choice would solidify. 30 days became 60, 90, a year. The oath went from recitation to reflex, from practice to principle. The words remained the same, but their meaning deepened like wine aging in oak, subtle changes that only time could produce. Some abandoned the practice after a week, finding it too simple or too difficult. Others modified it, adding personal phrases or removing what did not convince them. But those who remained, those who uttered the words each dawn like the blacksmith lighting his forge, discovered something beyond habit. They discovered architecture, a way of building days that built lives, a framework that remained steadfast when everything else was shaking, a fire that burned steadily, not always bright, not always warm, but always there, smoldering but enduring, ready for the next day's work. Lesson: living without fear is not the absence of fear, but the presence of principles, disciplined perception, courageous action, and a willingness to accept reality. Now you have unlocked the Stoic path to a fearless life, understanding that courage does not come from avoiding fear, but from facing it with clarity, discipline, and purpose. By practicing control over what you can, reframing challenges, and developing resilience, you've taken the first step toward mastering your own courage. But remember, true courage is a daily practice, not a one-time decision. Every day, you have the choice to act without fear, stand your ground, and move forward with confidence. Now, I want to hear from you. What is a fear you're ready to face with Stoic courage? Leave your comments below. Let's share how we can apply these principles to live without fear. And if you found this guide useful and want more Stoic wisdom to empower your life, don't forget to subscribe. Stay strong, stay brave, and keep walking the path to a fearless life. See you in the next video.